gentlemen, प्रगति के पथ पर विकास के रथ पर चल रहा है देश मेरा, एक बेहतर भारत का सपना देख रहा है देश मेरा. On these words and on this note, a very warm welcome to all of you who are here with us, our esteemed panelists, our hand-picked guests, everybody who's on board with us this afternoon. A very warm welcome once again to everybody who has been kind enough to take their time out to be with us, to be a part of the Hitech EV Conclave and Awards 2023, electrifying India's mobility vision. Ladies and gentlemen, since we live in this incredible country called India, Bharat, Hindustan, we welcome everybody with the traditional way of joining both our hands together. Can I request all my guests in front seated to please rise up for a moment? Everybody, can I request everybody to please rise up for a moment? Let's join both our hands together in the traditional way. Look left, right, front, behind. Let's greet everybody who's with us this afternoon for the next 10 seconds or 5 odd seconds. Everybody, can we do this together? Fantastic. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, everybody. Please settle down. Means a lot. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Manvi Khilnani, and I'm going to be your host for this wonderful, wonderful conclave and the awards that are going to happen in 2 segments tonight. I would like to start and begin and open this session with a question. And also, before we dive in or sink into this fantastic event that is going to take place ahead, have you ever thought how immensely we are surrounded by the change these days? Our country is celebrating 75, almost 76 years of independence. Can you imagine how many things have changed in these quarters of the century? How much progress as a country we have made in this journey? From reading a paper map to navigating, we have easily switched to our smartphone's GPS. From consulting a book at a library has been replaced by search engines or even chat GPTs. Commuting or transporting goods from one place to another has become cheaper, economical, environment friendly, and more faster. Ladies and gentlemen, though these innovations have made myriad changes and has made our life more convenient, there are 2 things which I would like to highlight here. Technology and human adaptability. And it is no doubt that one such industry that perfectly combines these 2 change-driving characteristics is the electronic vehicle industry. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the time wherein sustainability and the green goals are a top priority for governments, for businesses, for major business stakeholders, and of course, the corporates and the government. There is no doubt that the world is shifting to a more environment-friendly way. Ladies and gentlemen, change is happening. We believe in this change. This is the era of revolution, and this is the age of electronic vehicles. On this note, once again, a very warm welcome to each one of you joining us from different parts of the country, from different parts of India. A big, big, big thank you. Formally, we're all set to begin this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason that all of us we've gathered here tonight and this afternoon is to celebrate the excellence in the EV industry. To help us understand what these innovations mean, I would request my team to please play the awards introduction film. I would request all of you to please have your eyes at the LED.
From humble beginnings, electric vehicles have witnessed a remarkable evolution. Advancements in battery technology, increased charging infrastructure, and cutting-edge design have transformed them into efficient, stylish, and reliable vehicles we see today. Gone are the limitations of range anxiety and slow acceleration. Today's electric vehicles combine impressive performance with extended driving ranges, allowing drivers to go farther than ever before. And of course, electric vehicles have come very far in India. and have taken the nation by storm. With a rising awareness of environmental concerns and a push for sustainable transportation, EVs have become the driving force of change in India's automotive landscape. Today we gather at the first edition of Jagran Hitech EV Conclave and Awards to celebrate the remarkable growth of the electric vehicle industry in India. The Jagran Hitech EV Conclave and Awards is a platform to honor and dissect the outstanding contributions and innovations within the EV industry. The conclave features a series of key sessions and panel discussions, where thought leaders and experts will share their insights on the future of electric mobility, technological advancements, and sustainable solutions. Moreover, the event provides valuable networking opportunities for businesses and stakeholders in the EV ecosystem, fostering collaborations that will drive the industry forward. We are honored to have a distinguished lineup of esteemed guests, including industry pioneers, government representatives and visionaries who have played a pivotal role in shaping the EV revolution in India. The Jagran Hitech EV Conclave and Awards will identify and gratify the leaders in the EV spectrum in India. Tonight, enjoy an electrifying celebration of innovation and excellence in the world of electric vehicles. Sit back, relax, and immerse yourself in the energy of the Jagran Hitech EV Conclave and Awards.
I think that was such a powerful start to the first edition of the Hitech EV Conclave and Awards 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all the industry experts who are here with us with their vibrant presence. I believe in serendipity, that everything that happens on this planet happens for a reason. That reason that all of us, we are here, is to share our wonderful insights. And when there are so many industry leaders at one platform, I am sure the day is going to be so much powerful, impactful, and of course with a lot of knowledge sharing experience. I would also like to take this opportunity to introduce our associate sponsor, MG Comet EV, the no-nonsense car. I would also like to thank our sponsor for making this beautiful evening and event possible and helping us celebrate the Hitech EV Conclave and Awards. Can we put our hands together for our sponsor, MG Comet? Thank you once again. Everybody, moving on. The first part, as I also mentioned earlier, the first part of this event will have some important panel discussions with our leaders from the EV industry and mobility ecosystem. And the second part will witness the prestigious awards, and everybody is very excited, I'm sure about that. Before we lead in and dive into our first segment, I would like to take this opportunity to call upon stage Mr. Nandkumar Nair, Senior Editor, Auto Jagran New Media, to come here and set the tone and set the stage with his welcome note address. Can I request all of you to please put your hands together as I call him on stage with me. All the very best. Looking forward to hear your words like always.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think मानवी ने समा तो बांध दिया, उन्होंने बिल्कुल क्लियरली कर दिया है कि आज वक्त है सेलिब्रेट करने का. और आज जब निकला था तो एक बड़ा अच्छा कोट पढ़ रहा था, एंड उसमें कहा गया था कि it's the 1% dreamers who are 99% right. And I think the people sitting here, or maybe 5 years back, it's those 1% dreamers who were 99% right, and now they are making this EV landscape look brighter, sustainable, and something that we can look forward to. कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें थी जो 5 साल पहले एज जर्नलिस्ट जब हम कार्स एंड बाइक्स को टेस्ट करते थे हमें रियलिटी लगती नहीं थी, लेकिन आज सब कुछ रियल लगता है. आजकल the new cars and bikes that we are testing and the stuff that we see on roads, congratulations to all of you who are making that possible. And on behalf of Jagran New Media, I extend a warm welcome to all of you to the highly anticipated conclave on the electric vehicle landscape in India. Today we gather to discuss and explore the numerous opportunities and challenges that shape this rapidly evolving industry. The EV sector in India is poised for an exponential growth, and we all are the torchbearer, if I say, presenting a transformative shift towards a greener and more sustainable future. This conclave serves as a platform to engage in an insightful conversation, exchange ideas, and gain deeper understanding of the potential that lies within this dynamic domain. Tonight, throughout this course of this event, we will delve into various facets of this EV landscape, examining the opportunities that awaits us, from advancement in technology and infrastructure to policy frameworks and market dynamics. But we will try to unlock everything possible, the innovation and progress involved. I'm sure, all of you sitting here are now waiting to hear from the industry leader and understand the present, what was there in the past, and how the future looks. So thank you very much again. Welcome you all from Jagran New Media side. And with each and every insightful panel, we will also have the floor open for questions also. So please feel free to ask questions from the leaders who are going to join us in the panel. And I will request you all to stay back for the awards, because these awards are the recognitions for those people who over the years and looking at the future has transformed the industry. So have fun, enjoy the evening. Thank you very much and good luck. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. When I think, and I also believe when there's so many like-minded people at one platform, this is definitely going to be an enriching experience for all of us. Well, moving on, it's time for us to commence the first part of the event. And certainly, I'm sure all of us, we are really excited and looking forward to begin with a very vital panel discussions on pertinent topics. With this, yesterday has gone. Tomorrow has not yet come. We have only today, so let us begin. While the electrical vehicles are quickly finding their place and way in India, a lot of the new age technologies like wireless charging and lamppost chargers can further push the EV sales. The advancement in technology is constantly boosting the charging process by making it faster, simpler, and more comfortable, and most importantly, seeing a promising future for EVs. Well, the first panel discussion is going to talk about the same, and we're going to have deep discussions on the topic, new technologies for smoother adoption of EVs. To do the honors, can I request our panelists to please take a moment to join us on stage? First, I would like to call our moderator. We'll take a moment here. Mr. Avik Chattopadhyay, founder, Experial, to please join us on stage with a big hand. Of course, everybody, let's come together. Thank you all. I will request our first panelist, Mr. Ram Rajappa, CTO, Greaves Electric Mobility Private Limited, to please step up on stage for the panel discussion. I would also request a moderator to be taking the seat absolutely at the right place. The moderators always find their correct place, no matter from wherever they come from. Can I also request Himani Jain, Senior Program Lead, Council on Energy, Environment and Water, to please join us on stage. Can I request all of you to please get your hands together as we get her on stage. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here with us, and also for being a part of such an important panel discussion. Last but not the least, it's my honor and privilege to invite on stage Dr. Yogesh Bhatia, MD and CEO, LML. Can I request you, sir, to please join us on stage to be a part of this panel discussion. So before our moderator Mr. Avik takes over. I will just like to quickly highlight that we have 30 good minutes for the panel discussion. After these minutes, anyone has any questions, please feel free to raise them in front of the panelist and the moderator. And our panelist, our experienced hand-picked panelist will be more than happy to assist you and to give your replies and answers to the questions. So all the very best, and let's have a fantastic time with the panel discussion.
Thank you. Please be seated. Right. Okay, firstly, thank you, Jagran Hitech, for giving us this opportunity. Thank you to all of you for being here in this room. Yes, it is a weekday and it is the afternoon. We all are pressed with time, and taking time out for something like this is surely a show of hands for the mission of going electric in the country. Thank you to each panelist for taking time out to be part of this. And well, our subject is interesting. I'll get into the subject right away. And the topic of our discussion is new technologies for better adoption of electric vehicles. And before I go to each of you, there are a few words here, used here, which are interesting. First is what I call as adoption. So the word adoption, now what does really the word adoption mean? Is it adoption of electric mobility only by the customer or the vehicle user? Or is it the adoption of electric mobility by each member of the ecosystem, right? Which includes the policymaker, the upstream partner, the ecosystem builder, and the industry. Because at the end of the day, if the industry by itself is not convinced that we need to go clean, that we need to go zero emission, adoption really can't happen at the customer end. So that's the first word where in the due course of the discussion, I'll throw it open to each of you to throw light on. The second is the interesting word which says better adoption. So to me, I asked myself, what really does better mean? Is better faster, or is better steadier? Because at the end of the day, when we adopt electric mobility, it's got to be sustainable. So we may go head first into something which we realize 5 years hence that, oh damn, we spent a lot of money, but it really isn't working out. India needs another solution. Okay? Or we may say, no, let's go slow, let's go steady. Okay? Let's actually measure every step that we're taking. Let's be correct on every aspect of how this industry is going to grow. Firstly, set it up and then grow, because that is going to make the adoption sustainable. And the last word which I found interesting was newer, or new technologies. So how do you define new? Is new going to be defined by what we do by ourselves? So is this going to be the flag bearer of Atmanirbhar Bharat? Or does new mean whatever best is going to happen in the world, we're actually going to use that? So to me, electric mobility, adoption of electric vehicles, extremely complex subject, okay, and we talked about, the film talked about aspects like range anxiety and so on. And we'll get into all of these, and we have 3 domain experts here. Interestingly, from, 2 are obviously from the two-wheeler sector. One has been in the business for a few years, one is getting back into the business. And then we have what I would call is a think tank activist. Okay, people who basically are almost like the conscience keepers of business, the conscience keepers of the nation, telling us what is right, what's wrong, what is to be done, what should actually not be done. So I'll actually start off with Ram, with you. And my first question to you would be, in the journey of Ampere, okay, what have been your major challenges towards preparing products which are relevant and ready for the Indian customer?
Yeah, thank you so much for giving the opportunity to be part of this event. You know, as Ampere has been in the electric vehicle business for about 15 years now, and lot of lessons learned and growing pains we had to understand what the customers are looking for. And so some of the key things that we learned over the period of time is, first and foremost, is the safety of a vehicle. And the customer should trust the technology because that is the first hurdle for adoption. So that is one thing. And then the second immediately follows is the affordability of the technology. So especially for us, we are in the value-conscious segment in two-wheelers and three-wheelers. And the total cost of ownership has to make sense for a lot of people. So how do we make the vehicle more affordable, yet dependable and safer? So these are some of the challenges that we ourselves ask every day. How do we get better at it? How do we make this more customer friendly? So that's what it is. And obviously, in the past 3 or 4 years, the technology is rapidly changing and growing and maturing, which makes it more, I would say, more easier for a lot of our OEMs to progress. So that's what I would say. In a broader way, safer, dependable, and affordable vehicles will make it very easier for people to adapt to.
Okay, interesting. So I'll take on from there because you talked about technology. And, you know, over the last 48 hours, there's been a lot of talk about the FAME numbers and the numbers being downgraded and so on. Now, how do you, as a manufacturer, strike the balance between your own technology and procured technology?
I would probably say that at least at Greaves, there are two things that we want to make sure that we own. One is the user experience. That includes the HMI and the software and the data analytics and how do we make the user experience better. And the second would be the powertrain, which is no different than the ICE engine model. The current OEMs, they do own their own powertrain for the most part. So these two things would make a difference, and definitely we can have an impact in the market. So just going back to the FAME subsidy reduction and whatnot, I think to your earlier comment about better adaptability. So the better adaptability means you're not dependent on anything for the adoption to happen. And that's what we have been working towards. That's what I think every OEM is working towards it, because there is going to be a day where there's not going to be any subsidy at all, right? It's not that far away. So it is very important that the technology, we invest in people, invest in technology to get better at it at a faster pace, so we can bring in more affordable, more efficient powertrain that can give first of all, the initial purchasing price to be more reasonable. Two is the range anxiety can be eliminated either through higher density, charge density batteries, or faster charging, so on and so forth. And then the motor and also the control algorithms has to be so much fine-tuned to take the most efficient, use less energy from the battery to give the range. So these are some of the things that our team is working on, and I'm pretty sure the other OEMs are also working towards.
Okay, thank you. I'll come to you, ma'am. when I see the industry right now in India, it's typical, let's say, growing up pains, right? There's a huge level of commitment from a certain section of the industry. Let's say, break them up into two groups. One, let's call one of them the startups, and the other are the legacy guys, right? So the startups obviously are into this. This is their bread, butter, jam, caviar, everything. So this is what their sustenance and their success depends on. But at the same time, why the world has been going let's say headlong into this, suddenly we've got this interesting piece of news that the EU is now rethinking, okay, as to will biofuels or synthetic fuels be a good option, right? There's the new president of Toyota Motor Corporation who goes out saying that it's going to be hydrogen. There's an IIT Kanpur study released last week which says, how clean is green? Okay? So in the middle of all this, for CEEW as a think tank, and I actually call you people an activist think tank, how do you really work towards keeping the conscience of the industry here?
So, thank you, and honored to be part of the panel here. We are think tank, but not activist. Most of our recommendations, all of our work is evidence-based. We are a policy research think tank. So, the context of EU taking a step back, rethinking and debating how much green is actually clean is a very valid question, and it's not something which has been debated now, but has been in the question for pretty long, right? So, and it was the similar and same questions when the CNG transition was happening, and it's the similar question and debate that when the EV transition will be happening. So, EV is a very good solution when you say you are trying to do a local air quality management, because here in the tailpipe emissions there is nothing. But then of course there is a whole life cycle of batteries, of mining, of everything else, and of course the power sector itself, how clean it is, then there is pollution at some other source. We have very ambitious targets on cleaning the grid. That will have, of course, larger impact. But then it also has to be understood in the context. So EU is facing what it is facing now and rethinking. We are not blind, Indian government has not been blind, and the aspect of having multiple fuel policy has been a very conscious one. So, for example, compare the urbanization scales. They are pretty urbanized already, not urbanizing further. EU is what it is, 60–70% urbanized already. We are 30% urbanized and are likely to double our urban population and size of the cities and build stock in next 2 decades. It means double the amount of, travel demand, double the amount of mobility demand. So those are different scale and level at which we are moving. And energy security has been a larger concern all around, right? So keeping in lieu to that, it's a policy of having multiple fuel option. So there is a biofuel policy, there is a hydrogen mission, and then of course there is a FAME 2 and the EV policy, right? So around that, it's a question of what are the economics that are in favor of and where the transition will happen, which vehicle segments. So CEW feels, and our research base it up, that the electrification first and foremost will be strongest in small and light commercial vehicles. And then after that, there will be a strong element of electrification, for example, in buses, and then personal mobility, and then maybe trucks, something later. So it's a kind of a phase-wise transition that is likely to happen, and that's how it will be. beyond environment, it will be driven more by economics, and that's how we feel.
Interesting. So you've raised two very important and pertinent questions here, or issues here. The first is that any countries or any market's road to cleaner emissions, or let's say zero emissions, cannot be defined only by a single solution. Okay, it's actually got to be coexisting with other forms, and those forms will obviously take shape, okay, as we go along. So, it's not like electric nahi to kuch nahi. There will be other forms, of course, right? So, for example, trains may start using hydrogen. Okay, heavy transport may start using hydrogen. Whatever is the ideal solution for a country like India. That's one big issue that you've raised here, because adoption of electric mobility has implications on the adoption. And the second, what you're talking about is about the electrification happening actually in light commercial transport, micro commercial transport, and buses. And here is therefore my next question to you, which is, whenever we talk about electric mobility, for example, the film that Jagran showed here, sorry Jagran, I mean, I'm not criticizing you. There was not a single picture of a bus. There was not a single picture of an LCV. There was not a single picture of a truck, because they are not fashionable, right? You always show, sports cars and fast bikes and all that kind of stuff. Not even an electric three-wheeler was shown in the film. Okay? Now, what would someone like CEEW and your fraternity do to actually impress upon the policymakers that India's focus needs to be more on public transport for electrification than the private one?
So this is apt and very accurate, and I will take one step even further back to say how urban India moves, right? Or how rural India moves. What is the long route, long travel movement like in India? So different levels, different things. When you look at the simple mobility principles, it flows from avoid, shift, and improve. So while we are going to build another 50% of our build stock in urban cities, can we design them in a way that there is no need or lesser or minimal need of motorized transport? Which means, can we handle a lot of our travel need on the walk and cycle alone? Right, so that there goes the concept of compact cities, 15-minute cities and things like that. But if you cannot avoid some part of travel, then you shift it to the most optimal type of travel, which, for example, is mass transit. Well, not metros, but bus-based systems, because you're trying to look into what is the level of capital, investment that will be needed in the infrastructure itself. What is affordable? So then bus-based solutions are the prime. And technology solution is the last, because it goes in the improvement. What you cannot avoid, cannot shift, you will have to improve. You will have to make it more and more efficient. You have to clean it up, right? But when the overall mobility demand is growing at the way it's growing, it will be 2x in 15 years' time. Even if you stack 5 cars on top of each other, you will not be able to move. What it essentially means that you cannot keep expanding the road infrastructure also infinitely, which means public transport is the only way to go forward. And hence, between a debate or investment or focus where it has to be, always has to be on the public transport first. At the end of the day, electric bus is great, but more CNG or diesel buses will also be great. And it will always be far, far more impactful than having electric cars or two-wheelers. Each bus replaces 270 to 300 of personal two-wheelers and cars. So the impact on street infrastructure, fatalities, road traffic crashes, traffic management, and other things will go down substantially. So public transport is great, and then electric bus is even greater, because the way it carries the aspirations, the chicness, the attractiveness is what is pulling a lot of people in the buses.
Very interesting you say that, ma'am, and you give me another lead to go to Dr. Bhatia. Okay, which is, Dr. Bhatia, when you decided to firstly buy the LML brand and then revive it, okay, relaunch it in the market, why did you want to come up with a luxury scooter, a high-tech luxury scooter, and not say something like an electric bicycle, which actually could cater to, 400 million Indians, every day 400 million Indians walk to work. Okay, it's not because they love walking, it's purely because there is lack of public transport or lack of personal mobility. They can't even afford a bicycle possibly. So sir, why did you choose to as you showed at the Auto Expo, why did you choose to launch a luxury scooter and not an electric bicycle, say costing 15 to 16,000 rupees, which millions and millions of Indians would buy?
सबसे पहले मैं जागरण टीम को धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा यहाँ पे सेशन में इनवाइट करने के लिए, और मैं अपने को पैनलिस्ट का भी धन्यवाद करता हूँ। अब आपके क्वेश्चन को मैं दो पार्ट में एड्रेस करूँगा। सबसे पहले हमने क्यों चूज़ किया इलेक्ट्रिक लग्जरी स्कूटर लॉन्च करने के लिए, तो सबसे पहले सर मैं आपको बता दूं, हम लोगों ने कोई लग्जरी रूट नहीं अपनाया, लग्जरी रूट कोई हमने चूज़ नहीं किया। हम लोगों ने 18 to 80 ईयर्स के टू व्हीलर राइडर कम्युनिटी के प्रॉब्लमेटिक एरियाज़ को आइडेंटिफाई किया कि हमारे चेन्नई के अंकल जी जो धोती डालते हैं उनको टू व्हीलर चलाने में क्या प्रॉब्लम्स आती है, हमारे देश की महिलाएं जो साड़ी भी डालती हैं उनको टू व्हीलर चलाने में क्या प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं, हमारे देश की युवा पीढ़ी 18 साल की हमारे घर की छोटी बिटिया बहनें और 80 ईयर्स के हमारे फादर एज के फ्रॉम 18 to 80 ईयर्स के टू व्हीलर राइडर्स को प्रॉब्लम्स क्या आती हैं। उन प्रॉब्लम्स को हम लोगों ने पेन डाउन करके उसके सोल्यूशन पर ध्यान दिया कि उन कौन कौन सी प्रॉब्लम्स को इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल की टेक की स्ट्रेंथ के ऊपर सोल्यूशन निकाला जा सकता है। हमने कोई लग्जरी रूट नहीं अपनाया, बट मैं आपको ये जरूर कहना चाहूंगा कि हम लोग एज अ एलएमएल ब्रांड जो कि 50 साल का लीगेसी ब्रांड है, हम लोग मास टीज की बात कर रहे हैं, मास प्लस प्रेस्टीज। हम अपना टारगेट खाली मासेस पर नहीं कर रहे हैं और ना ही हम अल्ट्रा प्रीमियम बोल रहे हैं। हम ये चाह रहे हैं कि मासेस के लिए एलएमएल शुड बी अ एस्पिरेशनल ब्रांड एंड अल्ट्रा प्रीमियम के लिए ये ब्रांड, यस दिस इज द राइट ब्रांड एट दिस प्राइस पॉइंट। जैसा मैंने आपको प्रॉब्लमेटिक एरियाज बताया, तो मैंने अपने फ्रॉम लास्ट 3 डेकेड के एक्सपीरियंस में काफी बड़े बड़े ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस देखे हैं। लाइक मेरी जो जर्नी स्टार्ट हुई थी, टेलीकॉम बैकग्राउंड है, तो मैंने मोबाइल का पहला सिम कार्ड लॉन्च किया था, पहला नोकिया लॉन्च किया था, और मैंने टीवी की जर्नी को भी देखा है। तो मेरा प्रश्न मैक्सिमम सेशंस में ये होता है कि पूरी इंडस्ट्री इस समय बात कर रही है कि सब्सिडी खत्म हो गई, सब्सिडी कम हो गई, अब इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल कैसे बिकेगा। सबसे पहले एज अ रिस्पॉन्सिबल मैन्युफैक्चरर एंड ओईएम मैं इस बात को एड्रेस करना चाहूंगा, क्या 1500 रुपए का फीचर फोन जब ट्रांसफॉर्म 1.5 लाख के स्मार्टफोन में हो गया तो गवर्नमेंट ने कौन सी सब्सिडी दी थी। जब ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट टीवी से कलर टीवी से एलसीडी, एलईडी एंड ओएलईडी की, तो गवर्नमेंट ने कौन सी सब्सिडी दी थी। हमें एज अ रिस्पॉन्सिबल इंडस्ट्री मैन्युफैक्चरर एंड ओईएम अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन टुवार्ड्स द डिजाइन, इनोवेशन और टेक पर देना चाहिए। एलएमएल ने उसी चीज को अपनाया, उसी को अडॉप्ट किया। यस, वी हैव अडॉप्टेड एलएमएल ब्रांड। उसके पीछे रीजन यही है कि हम जिस ब्रांड को कर रहे थे उस ब्रांड को हम लोग B2B सेगमेंट में ले गए। हम ऐसा ब्रांड एस्टेब्लिश करना चाहते थे जो आने वाले समय में इंडिया में लीड कर सके। तो हमें मौका मिला एलएमएल ब्रांड को ग्रैब करने का, अक्वायर्ड करने का। मैं बड़ी खुशी से आपको जाहिर करना चाहूंगा, हम लोगों ने एलएमएल ब्रांड को ग्लोबली अक्वायर किया। खाली ब्रांड अक्वायर नहीं किया और ना ही खाली ब्रांड अक्वायर करने की मंशा थी। मंशा ये थी कि सिर्फ भारत को नहीं, पूरे विश्व को एक ऐसा इलेक्ट्रिक टू व्हीलर दे जिससे कि भारत को और पूरे विश्व को ये लगे एलएमएल का जो इतिहास पहला था, जो लिगेसी थी, पहले भी अपार्ट फ्रॉम मतलब हर वक्त एक स्टेप अहेड रहता था एग्जिस्टिंग ओल्ड ब्रांड से लेकर। इंडिया में टू व्हीलर में 2 इंडिकेटर देने वाला एलएमएल था। इंडिया में बैक स्टेपनी टू साइड स्टेपनी करने वाला एलएमएल था। सिंगल लॉन्ग सीट देने वाला एलएमएल था। बकेट टू डिग्गी देने वाला एलएमएल था। तो ऐसे बहुत इनोवेशन एलएमएल ने किए जो इंडियन गवर्नमेंट ने उस समय कंप्लायंस बना दिए थे। अब उसी लीगेसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए एलएमएल की टैगलाइन थिंक एलएमएल थिंक इनोवेशन। आज अगर कोई भी काम विदाउट टेक, विदाउट इनोवेशन के किया जाता है तो उसकी एक तय सीमा है, उसकी एक लाइफ है, उसके बाद वो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन होने में उसको बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम, बहुत बड़ी दिक्कत आएगी। मैं ये टाइम, ये जर्नी नोकिया की देख चुका हूं। 93% मार्केट शेयर होता था, आज 0.3% नहीं है। हम लोगों ने उस ब्रांड के साथ ग्रो किया है, उसको फलता फूलता बड़ा होता देखा है, और हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने भी बहुत ग्रो किया उसके साथ मिलकर। बट बड़ा दुख होता है ये देखकर कि जब भी कोई भी ब्रांड जितना मर्जी पुराना हो, इवन मोर देन 100 ईयर्स ओल्ड हो, आप आने वाले समय को अगर फोरकास्ट नहीं करेंगे, आने वाली युवा पीढ़ी की टेक के साथ अगर आप स्ट्रेंथन नहीं होंगे, सिनर्जाइज नहीं करेंगे, आप किसी भी कैटेगरी में हैं, आप पीछे रह जाएंगे। तो हमने ब्रांड को तो लिया, लेकिन हम ये नहीं कह रहे हम खाली एलएमएल हैं। हमने ब्रांड से बढ़कर उसके डिजाइन पर काम किया। जो डिजाइन आज हम लोगों ने इनोवेट किया है वो मोर ओवर अ मोटरसाइकिल का माचो स्टाइल, स्कूटर का कंफर्ट लेवल है। हम लोग ऐसा डिजाइन लेकर आए हैं और उस डिजाइन को एग्जीक्यूट करने में जरूर एलएमएल टीम का हिस्सा है, बट उसका सारा का सारा श्रेय मैं अपने कंज्यूमर्स को देता हूं, जिन कंज्यूमर्स ने हमें यह समझाया, सिखाया और बताया आज भारत का युवा, भारत का कस्टमर क्या चाहता है। आज आपके हमारे घरों में हमारे बड़े बुजुर्ग भी चाहते हैं हमारे हाथ में भी एक अच्छा स्मार्टफोन हो, जैसे युवा पीढ़ी चाहती है। टाइम चेंज हो चुका है, बहुत बड़ा ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन आया है और नव भारत के लिए ये एक बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है। भारत में अवेलेबल 240 मिलियन टू व्हीलर्स और हर साल तकरीबन 1.5 से 2 करोड़ टू व्हीलर्स ऐड होते हैं। उस ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन को अगर हमने टेक के हिसाब से ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन राइट वे में, राइट माइलस्टोन के साथ किया तो कोई बड़ी बात नहीं। बहुत जल्दी जो हमारे कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर मिस्टर नितिन गडकरी जी भी कहते हैं कि हमारा भारत आने वाले समय में नंबर 1 ग्लोबल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब होगा। हम लोगों ने 29 सितंबर लास्ट अपने 50th एनिवर्सरी ऑफ एलएमएल के इवेंट में ये वादा स्टेज से मैंने किया था कि मिनिस्टर साहब आपने जो बोला है खाली मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब नहीं, हम इसको डिजाइन, इनोवेशन और टेक का भी हब बनाएंगे। वर्ल्ड के बेस्ट डिजाइन हाउस से हम मिलेंगे, वर्ल्ड की बेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी हम अपने भारत में लेकर आएंगे और साथ में अपनी एम्प्लॉयमेंट को, अपनी मैन पावर को मोर स्किल्ड करते हुए अच्छे टैलेंट को बोर्ड पर लाकर जो भी कंज्यूमर को चाहिए, पूरे भारत को नहीं पूरे विश्व को, क्योंकि एलएमएल के पास फ्रॉम लास्ट 30 इयर्स यूरोप एंड यूएस कंट्रीज की बहुत अच्छी लेगेसी है। एक समय में एलएमएल के टोटल भारत के टू व्हीलर एक्सपोर्ट का मोर देन 65% एक्सपोर्ट वाज ओनली वन एलएमएल स्टार था। आज फिर हम एलएमएल स्टार नए अवतार में लेकर आ रहे हैं। मैं आपको आज स्टेज से वादा करता हूं, जो आपने एडॉप्टेबिलिटी की बात करी, जो आपने सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात करी, सर एक अडॉप्टेबिलिटी होती है फोर्सफुली, एक अडॉप्टेबिलिटी होती है ऑर्गेनिकली। तो एक नीड है और एक वांट है। आज तक हमारी जो इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल है ये वांट है, गवर्नमेंट चाहती है ऐसा हो, बट लोगों को अभी नहीं लग रहा। तो हमें खाली प्राइस की बात नहीं करनी, मेरा प्रोडक्ट सबसे सस्ता है, मेरे प्रोडक्ट की रेंज सबसे ज्यादा है, इससे हटकर और बहुत चीजें हैं। लाइक ऐसी वैल्यूज हम लोग कंट्रीब्यूट करें, जैसा आने वाले समय में आपको दिखेगा। हम लोग दिसंबर मंथ में 100 स्टोर्स ओपन करने जा रहे हैं एलएमएल के। ऑलमोस्ट 50 पार्टनर्स हमारे बोर्ड पर आ चुके हैं और जो पार्टनर्स बोर्ड पर आए हैं वो बहुत बड़ी ऑटोमोबाइल फैमिली से हैं। हम लोग ऐसे स्ट्रेंथन पार्टनर्स को बोर्ड पर लेकर आ रहे हैं जो कि हमारे कंज्यूमर्स को राइट वैल्यू के साथ राइट प्रोडक्ट बेचेंगे। कंज्यूमर ये नहीं कहेगा एलएमएल का प्राइस सस्ता है इसलिए खरीदना है, एलएमएल की रेंज ज्यादा है इसलिए खरीदनी है, वो तो बाय चॉइस होगा ही। बट एलएमएल में ये वैल्यूज हैं, एलएमएल ये सॉल्यूशन दे रहा है। ये प्रॉब्लम थी टू व्हीलर की, ये प्रॉब्लम थी आइस व्हीकल की, ये प्रॉब्लम अभी तक टू व्हीलर इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल ने एड्रेस नहीं करी, एलएमएल उसको करेगा। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू फॉर बियर मी।
Thank you for your spiel on LML. But at the end of the day, the consumers will decide whether your 100 stores will get into 200. जैसे आपने बोला ना कि 93 से 0.3 आने में ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लगता है. So anyway, we'll see that later. So next year, I'm sure there'll be another Jagran Conclave, maybe the same time next year when we'll be here and we'll exchange notes on that. So taking from your point that there's a need for innovation, there's a need for technology, and we must, as an industry, not be dependent on things like subsidies. So according to you, what typical facilitation should the policymaker or the government do to allow for greater innovation, to allow for greater creation of technology and adoption of technology?
सर उसमें मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा, जो भी इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल राइडर्स हैं उन लोगों को पार्किंग स्पेस में एक प्रायोरिटाइज मिलनी चाहिए, टोल्स में प्रायोरिटाइज मिलनी चाहिए, और अदर कुछ रिकॉग्नाइजेशंस एज अ ESG कॉर्पोरेट्स को देनी चाहिए, अपने टीम मेंबर्स को, अपने एम्प्लॉयज को. इफ यू यूज्ड इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल वी विल इंसेंटिवाइज, वी विल रिकॉग्नाइज. ऐसे तरह तरह के फैसिलिटेशंस प्रोग्राम किए जाने चाहिए जिससे कि इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल लेने वालों को एक प्रोत्साहन मिले और आगे बढ़े. गवर्नमेंट भी इसी तरीके के प्रोत्साहन करे. सब्सिडी इज नॉट ओनली अ क्लू टू अडॉप्ट द इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, coming to you. Let's say one key bugbear of electric vehicle adoption, especially in a country as diverse as India is, infrastructure. You know, I was just reading an interesting article by a journalist friend who had taken an electric vehicle from Kanyakumari and he wanted to go to Kashmir. The objective of his 4,500 kilometer drive was just to understand the level of infrastructure support we have right now. And it was not the most positive, right? For example, you don't have charging on the main expressways, you have to always go off, right? And it is also not fixed. For example, all the, say, fuel stations don't have charging infrastructure. Then the kind of charging infrastructure that you have is also not uniform, right? And the apps that you use, for example, you know, he used something called Plug Share, okay? And there are similar apps. It's like Google Maps. You know, you're showing a road, the road is actually not there. So you're showing a charging point, the point is not there. In fact, he even cited cases where he said that, you know, either points are defunct. He said there are many cases where points are not even there, but they're being shown on the map. So again, as a think tank, as people who influence policy, right, do you think that as a country, like in most occasions, we've actually put the cart before the horse? We should have first built the fundamental infrastructure and then got into more manufacturing capacity. You know, like we actually build high rises, then we look at where do we put the sewer connections.
So yeah, this is a tricky bit, but think of it this way: it's a market balance that will come about. It's not something which can be totally driven by government. It's not something which can be totally driven by industry. Of course, there are businesses and people also in the game. You cannot have too many of charging infra, because then there is a little utilization, lesser utilization, and then government has to put in a lot of viability gap funding, which means that government coffers will be bleeding for a while, and there is a limit to it. And then, of course, EVs will not come about unless you have decent charging infra. The example that you gave is very one-off, right? Because somebody is trying to go from Kanyakumari to Kashmir, and then what vehicle, what roads, why on the long route, highways, it's a different ballgame. What I understand, what we understand and foresee is that a lot of it will be urban travel first and not necessarily intercity travel. There is a lot of overvaluation that is given to one-off trips. So for example, an auto rickshaw guy, when he says, oh, I'm not buying e-auto because when I want to go to, you know, from Amritsar to Wagah border, I can't go or I can't come back. Or one-off trip that I take to my home, which is 300 kilometers away, I can't take it. Which is an overvaluation of outliers, few trips that we do. So this is more of a behavioral aspect, and that is why a lot has to also be built in the awareness and the behavior nudge, how it goes. How do you present the information? Can we present the information to say, if you don't adopt EV, what is the loss that you are going to bear every day? You know, if you do not switch to a e-auto, you will be losing 30% of income every day. What is more important? That one-off long trip can be shifted to something else, right? So there is some bit of that in it. But again, look at the smaller and light commercial vehicles, or even smaller vehicles where electrification is happening faster, two-wheeler or three-wheeler, right? Why is it happening? Because they can also be charged simply in a 15 ampere plug, right? So where is the larger concern? So somehow the focus and the optimization has to be there. Government cannot simply put in, or even the private charge point operator cannot put in too much of charging infra. They will also look for business. So there will be a threshold, there will be a balance in the market sometime in the future.
Yeah, you put it very nicely, because, and what you raised is again an extremely important point for us, not only for electric mobility or for not only for the automotive industry, but for us actually as a culture, which is sometimes we just tend to overkill. Yeah, so I want to buy a big car because I go on trips thrice a year. We do that. Yeah, it's not only the question of status. It's also because, oh, I'll make a trip sometime 4 months hence. So I will not hire a car there, I want to have my own car. So what you're saying is absolutely right, and that is, to me, an extremely balanced approach. Coming to you, Raj, okay, which is for Ampere as a company, and especially for you in your role, what are the 2 or 3 key new tech trends that you see in this sphere?
Yeah. Obviously, the first and foremost would be the energy storage technology, the battery. Right now, we are predominantly lithium-based battery, and even in lithium, we have the NMC, which is predominantly the case right now, and the industry is slowly moving towards the LFP and LMFP battery because of its the thermal properties and how it can behave in the high temperature regions. Now the technology is moving towards how do we get the highest charge density in there. Like solid state is one of the ones that looks very promising right now. And that we will probably start seeing that in a couple of years, more solid state coming in. Right now it is a pretty expensive technology, but again, as everything works out, it'll become more affordable. And down the road we see sodium ion has an opportunity to become, because the technology as is today is about 30% cheaper than the lithium-based batteries. But the charge, the energy density is low right now, but there are companies like CATL has come up with somewhere about 220 watts per kilogram they're working on, and also Reliance is also working on that locally. So I think that can become a viable solution for more in the segments at least we play in down the road. Apart from that, I think the other technology I see is mostly the connected vehicle, because 5G will become more prominent, and the connected vehicle and the real-time data analytics, which can optimize the energy usage of the powertrain, depending on where you're living, whether you're in a hilly area or you're in a hot area. So those can also help improve the efficiency. Those are the 2 major things I see as a big advancement that's coming up.
Interesting. I guess we've run out of time, but we've had a wonderful discussion. I hope the 3 of you also enjoyed it as much as hopefully the audience did. And each of you have raised very, very important, pertinent points. And so, Ram, you've raised the important point of chemistries, newer chemistries being looked at, and obviously somewhere there will be a solution, possibly, which is ideal for this country, for this operating type, given the various kinds of topographies that electric vehicles are used in. Dr. Bhatia, you talked about the importance of innovation, the importance of technology, and not trying to stand on crutches. okay, while the industry moves forward. Himani, you talked about as to how you need to maintain, you need to, somewhere culturally move away from this thing of greed or wanting to acquire more than what I need. And secondly, more importantly, when you talked about the importance of public transport, specifically light and micro commercial and bus transport over the private transport as what would really lead the path of electrification in the country. So hope all of you found this discussion, the first panel discussion, stimulating enough. What I take away from it is that it is reality. I mean, whatever we thought about 5 years back of possibly looking at oddities on the road in the form of an electric car or an electric three-wheeler, it's absolute ground reality now. It is a child which is obviously now learning to crawl and will stand up one day. So the child will possibly keep falling and tripping on the way, but that doesn't matter. Okay, as long as the parents have a good distant view of the child as the child is learning to walk. But the child shall not walk alone. The child should walk with other children in the same house. Okay, so one child will be hydrogen, the other child would be something else. So it would be a family, but a family of nice, healthy children, okay, who would be consuming less and giving out less than what is actually required for the entire world to be a nice, clean place. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the three of you. That's the end of the panel discussion. I throw the session now open to questions.
Thank you so much. Yes, we'll now open the question and answer round. Please feel free to ask your questions.
Hi, my name is Sharad. I represent EV Owners Club, primarily four-wheelers. We have like 7,500 plus members in the group. So my question is to Mr. Ram. Mr. Ram emphasized on the newer technologies and the battery chemistries. So what do you think about having V2G capability or vehicle-to-grid capability in two-wheelers and three-wheelers? And the continuing question is, since Ampere is mostly into commercial segment, or we can say sort of commercial segment, so what's the sustainability plan you have? Because commercial fleet tend to complete their life or achieve the end of life in a shorter period. So your thoughts?
Yeah. To answer your first question, the vehicle-to-grid is a very possible thing to do. I think it may not be in the next year or two, because the grid side also has to be there to take whatever the surplus energy that can come. So it is in most of the technology roadmap I have seen here with other OEMs also. There's probably a technology roadmap for the grid to vehicle-to-grid technology. So it's very possible. Going back to your second question about the commercial vehicle part, I think obviously, first of all, for the first and foremost is the total cost of ownership. We want to make sure that is there for all the commercial fleet operators and even the individual and the fleet drivers to adapt to this. Part of it can be solved with technology, as whatever I mentioned about having a more efficient battery, and also fast charging can reduce the size of the battery you need to make it more affordable and whatnot. But there is also another element: the business models can be different as well, like battery swapping and other things where it is more of a controlled. So that is quite possible to do, and there are some operators already working on it at a larger scale. And then the other thing is the usability of the commercial vehicle. Obviously, it acquires more mileage in a rather shorter time. So we do a lot of extensive reliability, durability testing to cater to that market, So it is a dependable vehicle because this also requires financing from most of the fleet operators depend on financing. The financiers won't give financing if it is not a dependable vehicle. So for that reason also we have to make sure it's there.
Oh, well, I hope that answers the question. We'll just take one more question for now. Can we switch on the mic, please?
I have a question with the ma'am. See, you were talking about the transformation of the earlier CNG, then you're talking about the EV. So, is it possible that the transformation of the EV to LCV or say the small local conveyance systems can be emerged with the first the EV changing kit, then later moving on to a new vehicle, because making a new vehicle required a new infra as well as new raw material also, where the conversion of existing vehicle to an EV is very cost effective way. So what is your opinion about this thing, and how you think that the government will be coming with some new rules for this EV conversion also?
So more than me, I think the technology experts can talk about it better. But to me, retrofits there are companies who are trying to retrofit, but the retrofit costs are not less. The technology change from petrol, diesel or CNG to a EV, you are changing almost everything from powertrain onwards. So it is still cost intensive, and then if it is cost intensive, then who's going to shift unless there are larger OPEX benefits? And if the vehicle does not have large OPEX benefits and you are changing and retrofitting towards the end of the life of the vehicle itself, then it's not making any sense unless you add substantial years of life into the vehicle itself. So that's what my understanding is, but maybe you can comment on this better.
Yeah, real quick, I think retrofit is a viable option if you're talking about maybe a larger three-wheeler or a LCV option. But again, there is it's a conundrum. You have to see how much life of the vehicle left versus, for additional investment. It is not cheap like panelists mentioned. So it is a decision somebody has to make. But there are some areas, more on a controlled fleet operator point of view, they are making some retrofits. But the individuals, I'm not so sure it will be that easy, because the battery cost is still pretty high right now. The investments are very high. So.
Well, thank you so much. Can you just get this volume a little up, please? With this, once again, a big thank you to all the panelists and moderator for, of course, moderating the session so well. And, of course, panelists for sharing those insights and facts with us. Can I request Mr. Gaurav Arora, Chief Revenue Officer, Jagran New Media, to please join us on stage and felicitate our speakers along with our moderator. Come on, everyone. Can we see some energy out there? Thank you. So we have Suyash on stage to thank our moderator and our panelists. Thank you so much, Suyash, for doing the honors. I think that was a great panel discussion. And certainly we're looking forward to the times to come ahead. And I can surely say that the auto industry is a lot like internet, growing at a great rate. So the comparison can surely be Thank you once again. With this, we come to the end of the first panel discussion, discussing the new technologies for smoother adoption of EVs. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us on stage. Well, with this, we're all set for another insightful for another great panel discussion. Well, ladies and gentlemen, talking about the numbers, according to Niti Aayog, by 2030, 80% of 2 and 3 wheelers will be EV, 40% of buses and at least 30% car will be electric. We all know about the numbers. Transportation, and also talking about the phase 2 of the FAME supports developing a robust EV public transport system, including the rollout of 70,000 e-buses. Well, we all know that EVs are also far cheaper to run and maintain, and of course, easy to maintain than petrol and diesel vehicles. There are no gearboxes to fail and no requirements to change oil or other essential liquids. E-buses, when we talk about them, will dramatically and drastically improve the safety of passengers and drivers with, of course, features that might include the intelligent surveillance systems, access ramps, and the list goes on and on. To talk about the same, I will request our next set of panelists to join us on stage, discussing the EV for urban mass transport and commercial businesses. First, I would request our moderator, Mr. Anuj Guglani, CEO, WAF, to please join us on stage. Come on, everyone. Can we welcome him? Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. And of course, for the next segment, wherein you're going to moderate this session, I believe that the role of a moderator really comes with its own responsibility. So all the very best to you. Moving on, I would like to take this opportunity to invite on a set of fantastic panelists. Kanchan Kalra, former Vice President, PMI Photon Electromobility. Come on, everybody. Mr. Sudeep Mehti, Associate Director, Sustainable Cities and Transport, WRI, India. Mr. N. Mohan, CEO, Delhi EV Cell Transport Department, Government of NCT of Delhi. With this, we're all set to begin with this next panel discussion. Once again, pertaining on the topic EV for urban mass transport and commercial businesses. So I'd like to wish all the panelists all the very best. Let's hope for a great panel discussion. And yes, like I always mention, any questions to be asked at the end of this panel discussion. All the best.
Thanks a ton, ma'am, and a big welcome to you. And now we have even a greater job to accomplish. We've already had the first panel, and they have set the stage and the tone for by their golden words and their invaluable points. So I think we could not have had a better panel when it comes to the mass urban transportation and commercial vehicles in EV. So before we go ahead, with a quick show of hands, friends, if you can just let us know how many of you own an electric vehicle. Please raise your hand. Okay. All right. Now, how many of you have sat at least once in an electric cab or an electric bus or have been delivered food by an electric two-wheeler? Please raise your hand. That's a lot more hands. So I think that just says it. That's the testimony that the EV revolution has already begun in our country, and it has begun from the mass urban transport and commercial vehicles and the gig economy, you know, those aggregators and the service providers. So that's the biggest evidence that all of you have given us from the audience itself. So before we begin, a quick, by the way, I'm sitting a little tilted. I hope that's okay. I get a nice ringside view of our esteemed speaker. That's a vantage point. So we all know that electric is the future and it's going to take over eventually. We have so many countries out with their deadlines. You know, we have deadlines from UK, we have deadlines from Germany, from Japan, from California. They've gone all the way to the EPA. Our country gave a deadline in 2017, and there was a huge backlash from the industry, and we had to kind of, you know, take it back. But the global industry took a cue from that. So what it seems, जो लगता है कि ये इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स इज एन इनएविटेबल फिनोमेना, इनको तो आना ही आना है, इनको आप रोक नहीं सकते, बिकॉज द एंटायर इकोसिस्टम इज गोइंग इन दैट डायरेक्शन, दैट्स वेरी क्लियर. पॉलिसी भी आ रही है, इकोसिस्टम भी डेवलप हो रहा है पूरे, एंड इट्स अ ग्लोबल थिंग, दैट्स फॉर श्योर, राइट. बट एट द सेम टाइम अगर हम इंडिया के आंकड़े लें, यू नो, द सेल ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिक बस वुड बी हार्डली 5% of the total buses sold in the country. I'm quoting FY23 figures. The total number of electric scooters which have been sold, चाहे वो 2.5 गुना बढ़ गए हैं पिछले साल के मुकाबले, पर अभी भी वो अगर आप स्कूटर का लोगे डिनोमिनेटर कुछ 55 लाख, तो वो अराउंड 16% आएगा. अगर आप टोटल ले लोगे विद बाइक 1.55 CR, तो फिर वो 5% के आसपास हो जाएगा. इलेक्ट्रिक कार तो और भी कम है, चाहे लास्ट ईयर से डबल हो गया है, बट अगेन स्मॉल डिनोमिनेटर, तो वो अराउंड 1 to 1.5 to 2% हो गया है. सो एवरेज इज लेस देन 10%, 6-7% ही है. हमारे देश में सिर्फ 6 से 7% ही इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल बिके हैं पिछले FY23 में. तो मेन जो ग्रोथ हो रही है, जो मेन पोटेंशियल है, जो आपने भी शो ऑफ हैंड्स किया, वो मास अर्बन ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड द कमर्शियल व्हीकल्स, दे आर द रॉक स्टार. और अगर आप देखें जो इलेक्ट्रिक ऑटो है, जो आंकड़े हैं वो अराउंड 4 लाख कुछ 4.8 लाख कुछ टोटल 3 व्हीलर बिका, जिसमें अराउंड 400,000 इलेक्ट्रिक 3 व्हीलर है. अब फिगर्स भी कहीं ना कहीं थोड़े से मिसलीडिंग होते हैं, कहीं का वाहन का फिगर है, कहीं सियाम का है, कहीं रजिस्टर हुआ नहीं हुआ, बट 4 लाख इलेक्ट्रिक ऑटो बिक जाना पूरे साल में, जहां टोटल 3 व्हीलर 4.88 lakhs बिका, इट्स अ बिग थिंग. It's a big thing. So with this, if we can come to you, Mr. Kalra. So you have, I think, worked in, I think, one of the largest electric bus maker, if I'm not wrong, in the country.
Yeah, we are the, in fact, it was my previous company, but yes, at PMI, we were the largest bus manufacturer. We have close to 1100 plus buses flying on Indian road, and we were having market share of around 34%.
बताइए, अब आप यही देखिए, इलेक्ट्रिक बस, मतलब इसमें कहीं कोई बड़े प्लेयर्स के नाम फिलहाल नहीं आ रहे हैं टॉप में, कहीं कोई टाटा मोटर्स, अशोक लेलैंड, आयशर नहीं है, PMI है, जिसका नाम, मतलब बुरा ना मानेगा, जिसका नाम शायद किसी ने सुना भी नहीं होगा. तो ये कैसा एक अद्भुत फिनोमेना हो रहा है कि नए नए प्लेयर आ रहे हैं. ओला देख लो, ओला वाज अमंग्स द लास्ट एंट्रेंट इन द इलेक्ट्रिक 2 व्हीलर इंडस्ट्री, but largest seller entire 1 year. All of a sudden, Gigafactory, this, that, went straight ahead of Hero Electric, Okinawa, and all these companies. So, Mr. Kalra, ये क्या phenomena है? What does it take to be the leader, and how do you sustain this in the commercial vehicle domain as far as electric buses are concerned?
I'll tell a journey about PMI. PMI, basically, it was a PMI coaches, our parent company is PMI coaches. They were from 4 decades, they were into bodybuilding, mainly bus bodybuilding. See, in 2017, we created a company with PMI Electromobility. At that point of time, we dreamt of EV. We thought that, okay, we will become OEM of EV. It was in 2017. Our owner, our founder decided that we will be an EV company. And see, we were a bodybuilder company. We were interacting with a lot of OEMs, whether it's Tata Motors, Ashok Leyland, and other Volvo, Eicher. But that was a time when 2017 we created a company. We thought that we will become eventually electric vehicle owner.
ये बड़ा अच्छा आपने पॉइंट बोला.
जी.
सो कालरा जी, क्या आपको, आपकी कंपनी को, आपके प्रमोटर्स को क्या खुद भी ये अंदाजा था कि बस बॉडी बिल्डिंग से आप इलेक्ट्रिक बस मेकिंग में आएंगे और आप इंडिया के नंबर 1 प्लेयर बन जाएंगे? क्या हमने सोचा था ऐसा?
Sir, we have been, our founders have been interacting with OEM. So there was a dream that one day we'll become OEM. Why can't we? If they can do that, why can't we? So this is a instinct of a MSME actually. That's what we need to support. We need to go out of the way in various government initiatives also, so that MSME come way forward ahead. See, hota kya hai, what happens actually whenever something big has to be done. So we'll only call big players. Okay, Tata आप आ जाओ, Ashok Leyland आप आ जाओ, Volvo आप आ जाओ और electric bus बनानी है भाई. That will not be the sufficient in fact. And this is an example which PMI has created. They started journey right in time. They were new to the entire concept. See, they collaborated with Photon China. They have understood they tried to understand the prototyping. They have tried to understand the entire localization, prototyping, and operating economics was completely new. Because the kind of a vehicle, kind of a buses are being sold, these CSL is floating tender, these are operating based on operating economics actually. So we have to understand operating economics, we have to understand localization, we have to understand prototyping, we have to do a manufacturing prototyping, everything we have did in short span of 2 years.
तो मुझे क्या लग रहा है ना कालरा साहब, मुझे जो लग रहा है कि what really worked best for you was you and your teams came on the table or you were given a seat on the table because आप लोग baggage के साथ नहीं आए थे. You know, एक जो baggage होता है जो traditional leading bus makers का होता है कि भी IC engine है, ये है, वो है, power train है, इसमें ये 10 चीज़ें हैं, इसमें ये maintenance के metrics हैं. You came only, you came with that bus body experience and you came with an open mind. So that really helped.
That really helped us.
That really helped. So switching gears here now, and by the way, we are on a very short leash of time, so I've been told by the organizers that हम पौना घंटा बातें कर लेंगे, उसके बाद we will open it to Q&A, so that और ज़्यादा हमारा एक participative discussion हो जाए. So coming to you, sir, you are a leading person with WRI, so the World Resource Institute, and you are a global not-for-profit body in planning and in infrastructure. So when it comes to EV, and when it comes to specifically urban mass transportation and CV, what according to you are the most important top 3 things for planning for a country like India in next 2 to 3 years?
Right. So given all the policy incentives that have been put forth by the government today, I think one of the biggest things that we need to be focusing on for the next, let's say, decade, 5 years to a decade, is the financing aspect of this, because that's going to be a huge challenge going forward. Right now, with the grand challenge announcing that announcing the aggregated rate of buses on a sort of a GCC model, what we need is a lot many more operators who can independently bid for these contracts, right? Right now, what the situation is that because there is a sort of the technology is new, we have OEMs also involved into the operations, and there are a lot of OEMs who are running operations through subsidiary bodies. The financing available to them is based on the collateral that they are able to provide. Now, if we are looking at buses and we are looking at converting, I think in India today,
buses, electric auto, electric two-wheeler, which are the torch bearers of shared mobility. So
Yeah.
how can we improve the financing solutions and aspects?
Right. So in the financing sector, right now what's happening is that financiers do not have enough information to have the confidence to assess the risk. You have to understand that we are right now in the first generation of EV rollout. The first life cycles have yet to be completed. The first understanding what it is capable of in real time is something that everyone is figuring out. And making that data available to financiers so that they are able to also confidently kind of put out what is the actual risk, and therefore what are the rates available, what are the competitive rates that they can offer is very important.
So can we safely assume here that the clog on the effective financing solutions is not really the consumer, but the product and the absence of risk mitigation on its usage?
There are many aspects, right? This is not a conventional vehicle. We don't know what a resale value of a EV vehicle is just right now. 50 to 60% of the value of the vehicle is just the batteries. The batteries, do they have a second life? Does that mean that I can sell my batteries and recover something? All this data does not, we don't have extensive amount of data to be able to say this very, very confidently. And that's a part of the entire transition, right?
So do you feel this reversal of the FAME to subsidy is going to take the industry backwards and is going to really harm the growth?
The FAME as a program is to give you a sort of de-risk for a certain period of time so that the industry is able to start off. But it is not something that is going to, it was never designed to be supposed to be something that will sustain you for multiple years. There is already considerable amount of advancements that are happening in the battery chemistries. People are looking into research and understanding what can be utilized, how the batteries can be reutilized, it can be used for storage capacities. So these are things that are evolving. Once this entire process, the entire life cycle settles down and everyone knows what happens in which part of the life cycle, that'll make it more predictable.
So what would be your top recommendation to the governments and to the credit providers as far as shared mobility, CV and urban transportation is concerned?
For the, that's a tricky one. Okay, in terms of finance, I think one is the industry needs to be working very closely with the finance industries to be able to provide as much information about the products and the function and the performance of the products as soon as possible, because that will help the finance industries build better products. For the government, there is a lot of things already happening. There's a lot of risk mitigation happening in terms of payment security. With the Grand Challenge, it was not just about accumulating all the cost. There was a lot of reform in how the payments, etc., were done. That also builds confidence. And if they continue doing that in terms of ensuring confidence in the payment security that is given to the operators, I think that will continue helping it.
So, मुझे क्या लग रहा है ना, across the entire spectrum and the supply chain, सारा खेल ही confidence का ही है. सारा खेल confidence का है. Confidence of the governments and these banks on the mid-level bodies, there on the institutions and the service providers, then on the product company, then on the end consumer. So I think that confidence between the layers is missing. So ये confidence कहाँ से शुरू होगा? Where do we begin then?
Is exactly how we are doing it right now. It's government supports to a certain extent and also gets the private industries to also start working with them. I think the way it is happening at this point, it just needs to be accelerated a little bit more, and वो confidence अपने आप ही एक life cycle खत्म होते ही, I think that confidence will start building up.
So one life cycle ends and we get that confidence, and hopefully those EV fires should not be the party poopers what happened last year and took the industry backwards. So okay, fine, fair enough. It's the need of confidence, and every entity needs to do their job and go a little extra mile. आप थोड़ा सा extra जाएंगे तो उसका एक domino effect होगा. हर entity थोड़ा extra जाएगा तो वो end में अच्छा magnitude हो जाएगा. So now switching gears, and okay, by the way, again show of hands. Okay, our friend in that front in the first table with the hands crossed. Sir, excuse me, sir. Yes, sir, you, sir, I'm talking to you. So again, a show of hands. How many people have the electric vehicles? Who own them? Once again, please. Okay. भैया सबके सब्सिडी आ गई थी टाइम पे, या कि दिल्ली में है तो गाड़ी सबके आ गई थी ना भैया? किसी की रह तो नहीं गई? बिग बॉस बैठे हैं यहाँ पे, मोहन जी, अभी पकड़ लो. Oh, very good. You are the true rock star man, true hero. So मोहन जी, तो हमें भी हमेशा अच्छी बातें सुनने को मिलती हैं. You know, I also run a portal called Jaldi EV where people can buy electric vehicles online. तो वहाँ भी जो सब्सिडी उनकी अकाउंट में ऑटोमेटिक आ जाती है एज पर द टाइम, सो विच इज़ अ गुड थिंग. सो मोहन जी, यू आर हैंडलिंग द EV, you know, entire EV revolution, if one can say, in the state of Delhi. जैसे आपने शुरू किया काम, आपको क्या क्या चैलेंजेस, कठिनाइयाँ का आपको सामना करना पड़ा, और आपको क्या लगता है आगे अगले 2-3 साल में, 5, 10, 15 साल नहीं बोलूँगा कि टेक्नोलॉजी लैंडस्केप भी बहुत छोटा होता है हमारा, तो आपको क्या कठिनाइयाँ आई, आपने कैसे उनको सॉल्व किया, और अगले 2 से 3 साल के क्या चैलेंजेस हैं EV के दिल्ली में?
So apologies, I won't be able to speak good Hindi, so try to keep in English only.
I hope you could understand me, that's okay?
I got your questions right. So if you look at Delhi, the starting point was the EV policy, which was notified in 2020 of August. The vision was very clear. We want to accelerate the adoption in the mass segment, which are primarily 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, shared mobility, public transport, and goods carrier. And the aim is to have close to 25% of electric vehicle registration by 2024. So objective was very clear the moment the policy was out and notified. And subsequently, we took series of measures, one being we tried to put in the fiscal incentive more focused towards 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers. In 2-wheelers, we're extending incentive up to 30,000 rupees, which is linked to the battery capacity. Typically, we provide 5,000 rupees per kilowatt hour, and the maximum one could avail is 30,000 rupees per vehicle. Likewise, in the 3-wheelers also, we are providing incentive for all variants. In 3-wheelers, we have e-rickshaws, we have e-carts, we have electric autos, we have electric goods carriers. There also we are providing incentive up to 30,000 rupees per vehicle.
So what were the challenges that you faced, essentially?
Yeah, it's more about a transition phase because if you look at like what's the purpose of incentive? If you look the basic idea behind like providing the incentive is to like reduce the upfront cost to the end customers. If you look at the national policy, the FAME2 policy, where they're providing the incentive to the OEMs, where directly OEMs are like offsetting the upfront cost to the upfront price to the end buyer.
Like a cushion.
Yeah. So in case of Delhi EV policy, we are giving a reimbursement, like where the customers will pay the full money to the dealers or the OEMs, and wherein you will apply for a subsidy through a digital process, and subsidy is being released to the end customer more or less in reimbursement.
Just to avoid misuse and abuse and any kind of possible fraud, basically.
See, like at least if you look at our the policy, at least we try to keep the digital process. We try to have reduce the manual process in the entire application till the disbursement. We also try to put in a kind of a feature where these payments are done directly to the customers to their Aadhaar-linked bank accounts. We try to see like at least the beneficiaries are traced properly, and these incentives are disbursed directly to the end customers in a time frame manner. Typically, we try to do.
How much time are you claiming? That it
Typically, I
reaches
would
in the
take,
account?
say, typically we would take around say 15 days, and there could be an exceptional cases where there could be like some the information could be incorrect while feeding the application. In that case, like we resend or return back the application, and again there is a process where the dealers have to submit the application on behalf of the customer for getting those incentives. So I think we have run this journey almost like we'll be completing 3 years of EV policy by August 2023. So we had a series of learning. If you look at the last year 2022 sales, especially in the electric three-wheeler goods carrier, the 65% of the vehicle registered were electric. So already the segment is leaping the transition.
Now isn't that fantastic? 65% of the auto is electric, the goods. तो यहाँ धंधे की बात हो रही है. यहाँ पे वो सिर्फ सब्सिडी पे निर्भर नहीं है. It makes pure business sense. And in fact, I wanted to also ask on this point that people at times say, in a slightly, you can say comic or humorous or slightly sarcastic way that the e-rickshaw revolution happened because the government did not initially interfere too much. So it just happened on its own, like a monster growing everywhere, and then the government came into it to curtail the process. So first of all, do you agree with this? Second, what are the measures which can be further taken to control e-rickshaw?
See, in Delhi, at least we have suspended registration of electric lead-acid e-rickshaws. Like post October 2022, we're only allowing registration of the lithium-ion based e-rickshaws only. So at least when in a way we're trying to see like there is a clean shift in the
which makes a lot of sense.
E-rickshaw segment also. But if you look at like to our previous ask, like why e-rickshaws become more famous, it's not the vehicle variant, it's the business model around the e-rickshaw which has made it more popular. It's about the business model which has like made this e-rickshaw more popular, I would say like the intermediate public transport, especially for reaching the last mile connectivity. Why we use e-rickshaw? Typically, if you see the use cases, it's mainly for like short distance, like 5 to maybe like 5 kilometers or less than 10 kilometers, where typically people tend to use the e-rickshaws for reaching their nearest public transport. So we also trying to address this issue by having an engagement with Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, and we are run a pilot with pilot in Dwarka subsidy where we are introducing the electric e-autos, and the e-autos are serving the same purpose of ensuring the last mile connectivity. I think with the growing vehicle segment and the way with the growing like the customer information and even the awareness also, the people tend to look e-autos more favorably as compared to the e-rickshaws nowadays.
Any day, when it comes to safety, when it comes to comfort, when it comes to ride and handling, when it comes to space, you're actually jostling for space in the e-rickshaw. वो 4-5 सवारियां बिठा देते हैं, फिर ऐसे करके बैठना पड़ता है, और खासकर कोई मैडम आपके साथ बैठ के, तो you have to be extra careful. दिल्ली है वैसे ही, दिल्ली पुलिस कभी भी आ सकती है. So these factors are very practical points, when it comes to e-rickshaw. So is there a plan that you want to replace in some years' time complete e-rickshaw with e-autos?
See, the parallel, I think, we are trying to promote the more like, maybe like the passenger auto and the goods carrier. So already like it's leading the transition. Even if you look at the last year, the motor cab registration, over 40% of the vehicle registered were electric. So even in the like, especially the four-wheeler motor cab segment, it is also like taking that transition very fast. Maybe like the segment has achieved that TCO parity with the IC counterpart. But see, like we're not against any particular vehicle segment. I think now with the evolving charging technologies, maybe like the swapping solutions, now people are able to at least see a more value in the passenger e-autos and even the e-rickshaws also, because now the cost of the vehicle is coming down, where the batteries are being offered as a service.
Fair enough, fair enough. So again, switching gears, coming back to Kalra Saab. So quick points, Kanchan ji, on the buses again. अब जैसे मोहन जी ने बताया कि धंधे की बात है, electric vehicles have to stand on their own feet, especially when it comes to commercial vehicles and fleet. अब अगर आप सब्सिडी की बैसाखी दोगे तो वो बैसाखी की ना फिर डिपेंडेंसी हो जाती है, आपको पूरा टाइम बैसाखी चाहिए. बट अगर हम उस फ्लीट प्रोवाइडर को, फ्लीट ऑपरेटर को इतना सक्षम कर दें, द गाय इज सो कॉम्पिटेंट कि वो इतने पैसे कमाए कि वो हर महीने बैसाखी मनाए, इतनी बढ़िया पैसों की फसल कटे. So one Baisakhi to the other Baisakhi every month. So when it comes to electric bus, why is it that we see only government or state transport run electric buses? Why is the adoption by private players yet to happen?
Yeah, actually, the main constraint, if you see the privatization is happening, it has started happening especially in intercity applications. When we see there are companies like Green Cell Mobility, they have started operating buses, intercity operations from Delhi to Jaipur, Delhi to Dehradun, Delhi to Shimla. So such private operators are yet to come in EV sector. One of the main reason here is, see, lot of there are limited players who are manufacturing EV buses, right? Point number one. Whether it is Tata Motors or whether it is other players. As on date, if we see the entire dynamics of numbers, till date, EV orders, which are orders placed, right? CSL has placed 2 orders of close to 12,000 vehicles, right? In addition to CSL and other STUs, and put together all EV orders till date, total 25,000 vehicles orders are in place. Whereas EV on ground are hardly 3,400, 3,500. So there's a strong gap between these. Execution on ground with all OEMs is still lacking here. Point number one. There are a few MSME like PMI who took a bold step, and Avira Vahan there in South, who are gearing up in terms of, there are a few more companies as well who are gearing up into these EV sector. So there are still transition is happening at a slower pace.
क्या करें हम कि ये electric bus becomes a viable business case? What are the top 3 things which can be done by the government, by the lenders, or by the product manufacturers?
One solution already we discussed. Bankability has been a big challenge. Financiers are not available. Even if financing is available, it is available at a high rate of interest, low LTVs. One big reason of not EV penetration is the cost is very high. The cost of these buses is more than 1 crore kind of thing scenario. If commercial vehicle only sells if it gets financed, it's even in trucks.
मतलब सब्सिडी भी पूरी नहीं पड़ रही ना, पूरा नहीं पड़ रही सब्सिडी.
Subsidy पूरा नहीं पड़ रही, तो that is one of the reason. One. Second thing, there is a bankability issue. Financing has been a big challenge. Even for the government vehicles, though financing is available at a very minuscule level today, even if there are financing available, what problem we are facing in GCC kind of a contract, that the payment cycle from STUs is very bad. And reason is that STU health is very bad. So eventually they are not making money. So there is a delay in the payment to these GCC contract service providers. And in turn, see, when an operator tenders for a GCC contract, he has to do the entire expense of ordering the imported kits. All these batteries are currently imported. So 40-50% cost goes there. Then he has to invest in manufacturing facilities. Then he has to invest in the manpower and other cost, and he has to run these buses on ground. I will cite an example. For 100 buses, running 100 buses in a city, you need 300 manpower. You need 230 manpower minimum. 2.3 is the ratio. So you need to spend money at every part of it, and you start getting money when government will give at 50-60 rupees a kilometer. So there's an entire delay in chain happens actually.
Fair enough. So इसमें हमारी इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस में बैटरी स्वैपिंग हो सकती है? टेक्निकली पॉसिबल है?
नहीं, टेक्निकली नॉट पॉसिबल है because these are big batteries. It is not.
But there are companies who are offering it now.
There are
like Sun Mobility and
there are Sun Mobility, but not in buses. Buses is still a big actually.
Is it again because of the funding and the huge capex involved? Does it come back to that?
No, see the quantum of batteries required is, buses requires kind of a 151 kWh and 200 kWh kind of a battery. These battery size are pretty big.
Okay, so switching gears again and coming to our friend who is not just a national, but his entity is a global authority on planning. So planning of resources, that too worldwide. So when it comes to, because even what Himani ji had mentioned in the earlier discussion, she had mentioned that one bus can replace 270 odd vehicles on the road. So that's a huge number. So that decongests our roads, that reduces the emissions, that reduces noise pollution, air pollution, every kind of pollution. So what is the planning, and not just planning, how do we action this planning when it comes to electric buses in India?
So the electric buses as a product is definitely in many ways better than the products that we have existing on the roads. Say telecommunications or just the experience, I mean, you don't have so much noise, etc. The comfort levels, etc. are much higher. So now we have a line of buses which are high quality, almost, and if they're air conditioned, almost a metro-like sort of an experience. Now that is not something that we've had in every city in India. So that changes how we see buses. The second thing is that if we are able, through this new mechanism and this new model of deployment, if we are able to get enough buses on the ground, then the number of people also utilizing it will also increase. And added to that, you have Delhi government talks about free access for women for buses. I think all of these put together is going to drastically change how people look at public transport.
Also, what I feel, especially in North, especially in Delhi, there's a huge stigma around using buses. You will not find that in Europe or other developed nations. Somebody is going in a bus, ye bus mein jata hai, ye to gareeb hai, he's a loser in life, ye bus mein jata hai. So that is a big deterrent, for people to adopt. But मैं आज auto में आया from the market, I got out of my house, the colony guards were staring at me, ये auto में आया है. So this stigma, which is especially in a place like Delhi, how do we overcome that when it comes to using mass transport? That's one. Second, why are we excessively mining EV? Now, as even Avigdha had mentioned in the earlier panel, there are other technologies also. You have hydrogen, you can have H2 ice, which can be a very good solution for long-haul trucks because it reduces the weight of the batteries you're carrying. You can get hydrogen from methane, which is going in the landfill, and from the landfill any which ways. So just killing two birds with one stone. So what does your planning say on alternate fuels and also on fighting the stigma around mass transport adoption?
So the stigma around mass, so there is a cultural aspect to using public transport which definitely has to change. And I think there has been a lot of effort in talking about taking a bus to work is you're spending time doing the things that you want to do and not necessarily sitting and driving and being stuck in traffic. I think that story is being pushed quite aggressively in every city in India. Your second question on what about the alternate technologies, I don't think at any definition of the government when they're talking about low emission vehicles, they haven't defined which low emission vehicles. Right now is the evolution stage. I think and I'm talking from my perspective on what I've read from everything that has been put out, is that we're looking to experiment and see what technology really hits the ground, what technology really takes off. And everything is, if you have been to the auto show in Delhi, which was a few months back, you have a lot of hydrogen vehicles that were displayed. So the products are there.
Especially trucks and buses, yeah.
Yeah. So the technologies are there. No one's saying this over that.
So you always have the vested interest at play, ha ha ha. Okay, so so coming to Mohanji, so Mohanji, so quick, your quick opinion on what you feel next 1 or 2 years is the priority of your government when it comes to commercial and urban mass transport EV. What are your top priorities?
The set priorities for the public transportation, I think we are trying to electrify the bus fleets. So presently we have 4% which is electrified. Maybe like next by 2025, we intend to have close to 80%. Means presently the number is around close to 300 electric buses. So we're talking about close around 8,000 buses by 2025. So we want to at least electrify the complete the bus fleets for city operation. And recently, I think last week we announced the motor vehicle aggregator in Delhi.
Yes, even I saw that. In fact, our team is busy giving feedbacks to your government on that. You'll get that very soon from our side.
Yeah, it's delivery service provider scheme. So which basically the intent is to regulate and license the companies who are providing the transport services and also the delivery service for goods and commodities.
And you heavily incentivize, it's like 0% for electric vehicle, and you're already assuming that it will be more than 80% electrification. So what gets you that confidence?
So basically it's a phased transition. We're not going to at least like impose from day one. It's more like a phased transition in next like 4 to 5 years of time. If you look at the transport services, we intend to have the transition by next 5 years time, especially in the 4-wheelers. In 3 and 2-wheelers, we intend to have by next 4 years of time. So here, once we notify the scheme, we are going to at least like get all the inventory of the vehicles from these companies. And typically the threshold is like the companies who are having more than 25 motor vehicles and where they're offering the services to the customer through a digital intermediary. This could be app, website, or anything.
Yes, you mentioned that
so
very
they
specifically.
They would be covered under this particular ambit, and we'll be having incremental targets for adoption of electric vehicles. The intent is that at least in next 5 years, whichever vehicles they want to induct in their fleets should be electric. So at least we're aligned to the Delhi electric vehicle policy. And this way, at least we can ensure like the transport is getting decarbonized and even the last mile deliveries are getting electrified.
So what are the quick things that you're planning to make these electric motorcycle taxis safer and secure mode of transportation in Delhi?
So of course the bike taxis, once the scheme is notified, this would provide a provision for the bike taxis also. But bike taxis from day one, it has to be electric only. So they can't be using any IC two-wheelers. They have to, from day one, they have to go with electric two-wheelers only. In the scheme, we also talk about the driver ratings also, where the users would be giving the ratings to the aggregator platform, and whoever drivers scores less than say 3.5, he has to go for a remedial training course. So right now, see, there is no a kind of an readdressal mechanism in place in the market. By having this scheme, at least we're trying to monitor the performance of the aggregators, and also we're able to at least like have a grievance mechanism set in place with respect to like drivers, with respect to the aggregators, with respect to any other issues the user would face. So there is a process which is being defined in the scheme document, so it is being measured and monitored periodically.
Fair enough. So I hope the only thing here is that the public grievance mechanism is easily accessible by the citizens. Otherwise, it's just one helpline number which is kind of distortedly printed or stamped on the vehicle, and you can hardly make out what's there. And if you dial, it's like an unending wait, and mostly it doesn't resolve anything. So we hope that there is some resolution to that.
So it's a starting point. So at least we're trying to regulate and license these entire services. So I think the moment we notify this scheme, I think in the next 90 days, all the companies, they have to give out their inventory of the vehicles. And subsequently, once it is done, they'll be like at least like having a target set for those companies.
Great. I think that review and rating should make a difference, especially if it's instant, dynamic, and transparent and easy to access.
Right.
Great. So now we see the screen has turned red and the time is up. So we open the hall to Q&A if you have any questions. Ma'am will guide how many questions,
Yes,
how much time we have.
I already see a hand here. Can we pass on the mic here, please? It's great to see that so many people are here and they have questions. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Hi, this is Saurabh here from Reliance BP Mobility. My question is to Mr. Kalra. Like, I think probably in the bus segment, how do you see the role of charging infra? Is that you guys see that you have to install, you have to put the charging infra, or you are motivating other CPU players in that perspective?
See, in GCC kind of a contract where these buses have been offered to STUs, we need to have a depot infrastructure wherein all chargers need to be installed in depot. Plus, given based on a scheduling of a bus, it depends. There could be an opportunity charging point. But yes, for intercity applications, we need to charge. We need to have a charger strategically spread across different locations. I will cite an example. For a green cell mobility, they have initiated intercity operations and they run around 80-85 buses across multiple locations. For example, for Delhi to Chandigarh, so they have a charging facility at the hub location in Delhi. They have a charging facility at the hub location in Chandigarh and the charging facility at intermittently somewhere around Karnal. So we need to have a strategically placed charging capacity so that because currently all products there is a range anxiety in the products. The range of these products are not beyond 200 kilometers. So once we with development of the products, we are able to take care of this range anxiety problem. Till the time, at least we need to have a strategically plan all these chargers at strategic location so that the journey is complete. And moreover, with confidence, with period of time, confidence of people, confidence of operators, and everything is in place.
Sure, thank you. So this land and the...
Over here, our gentleman over here. By the way, people who are on the highway, day and night, they many times they joke कि जितने ठेके फिर से खुल गए हैं हाईवे पे PIL के बावजूद उसके आधे अगर चार्जिंग पॉइंट भी होंगे तो we are home. So what a funny example, but
plus
true.
additionally, I understand government is also pushing for highways. They are promoting scheme for NH for EV highways. They're mapping it. I think they have recently started for creating hubs for charging hubs at different places. For Delhi to Jaipur, there was a pilot recently being done. There was a pilot being done from Delhi to Agra as well. So, and similar is being done in South as well.
So I think step by step we'll be moving forward. We go first only Delhi to Jaipur, then we can go Delhi to Bhopal and so forth. Yes, sir, over here.
Yeah. Recently, Elon Musk came out with the idea of instead of lithium battery, if it is lithium, iron and potassium, then it will be heavy vehicle can be very successfully done. So do you think it's going to happen in India also?
So alternate battery chemistries, if we can delve on that. Anyone in the panel for that matter.
See, a lot of development is happening as far as the battery chemistry is concerned. A lot of companies, when we started making buses, or many companies started making buses, it was proclaimed that NMC is the best. Then over a period of time, people have realized, no, because of costing, LFP is the best. Now today, people have started talking about, no, LMO is best. So technology is evolving in batteries field. A lot of factors depend, not only energy density, a lot of other factors depends on the chemistry part of it. And you rightly said there are potential, there are a lot of exploration happening in this direction. There's a sodium ion technology, there's a aluminum air technology. There are a lot of things getting evolved. Solid state batteries are getting evolved. So I think over a period of time, in a year down the line, 1 year or 2 years down the line, more technology will mature more. More this range anxiety issues will also get addressed. And then confidence will also boost up, and rightly said in recent discussion that over a period of time, people will get confidence. And yes, first product cycle is under testing. See, already we have buses almost old, 1.5 years to 2 years old. In next 1 or 2 years down the line, they will also get tested because you never know what is going to happen in chemistry. See, we say that battery warranty is 5 years, battery life is 8 years, but it is yet to test it on ground.
How you are going to dispose of it after used?
That's a very important thing. उस पे एक अलग से पूरे दिन की discussion हम कर सकते हैं. That's a very important piece which needs to be figured out. And yes, it's yet to be figured out. Just imagine, ये हमारे phone हैं, इनकी lithium ion battery landfill पे चली जाती है if we are not careful. Just imagine electric vehicles की lithium batteries खुदा ना खास्ता अगर वहाँ जानी शुरू हो जाए, it will create havoc. It will be a huge issue of toxing of our water table and water bodies. So that's a different point of discussion, and we need to do a lot on that. And yes, talking about battery chemistry, I'll just add one point. As we speak here right now, teams at IIT Madras are working on a new technology called zinc air battery. Zinc air battery में क्या होगा कि अगर वो successful हो गया, viable हो गया, उसमें portability आ गई, तो even your passenger cars can have battery swapping possible. So as Kanchan bhai mentioned, a lot of technologies are happening, and Elon Musk जो भाई साहब हैं, वो ये tweet करते रहते हैं, रोज उनका tweet रहता है. So एक तो वो मजे लेते हैं लोगों से. दूसरा, he also challenges people who can join hands with me and let's do something new.
You take the idea of people.
Yes. So that's a very good way of talking to people and getting to do something new. Next. Okay, can we have the next question then?
I think
we'll have to wrap up the question
sure,
answer
sure.
round with this. Once again, can I request all of you to please give it up for our panelist and the moderator? To do the honors, I think I would like to once again call and invite Mr. Gaurav Arora, if he's here with us. Oh yes, fantastic. Chief Revenue Officer, Jagran New Media, to please join us on stage. And extend thank you to our panelist and our moderator. And as our moderator also mentioned, one step at a time, this transition is all set to take this journey to an absolutely new level. The transition is here to make big waves in the industry. Once again, thank you so much to Kanchan Kalra, Sudeep Mehti, N. Mohan, and along with our moderator, Mr. Anuj Koglani. Thank you, Mr. Gaurav, for doing the honors. With this, we wrapped up another panel discussion specifying EV for mass transport and commercial businesses. Once again, a big thank you to all our panelists and the moderator. So as I look by the watch, we're close to 5:15. So I think we're all Indians here, living in this traditional country called India, Bharat, Hindustan, wherein whenever we see time between 4 to 6, it's our chai time. So ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy the tea and coffee being served outside. People are not even taking a moment to get up from their seats. But that's okay, everybody. It's our time to just breathe in, sink in the energy and the information that we have gathered till now. 30 minutes of tea and coffee break. I will see you all back in the hall at around 5:45 p.m. Thank you, everybody. Vision check 2. All right, everybody, another 5 minutes for us to begin. Can I request everybody outside to please join us? Once again, I would request everybody to please start pouring in. Can I once again request everybody outside to please join us inside? Everybody, we game for it? Name? Okay. Thank you for that energy. That was really inspiring and motivating. Name? Thank you. Clap. Name? Clap. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. I think by the end of this session and before we hit the award segment, this is going to get better. Moving on, the future of mobility is based on 7 Cs, as we all know. Common, connected, convenient, congestion-free, charged, clean, and cutting edge. The next segment is going to discuss about building two-wheelers EV for India's urban mobility mission. To discuss the same, I would like to call upon stage first our moderator, Mr. Nankumar Nair. Can I request you to please join us on stage? Followed by our panelist, Dipesh Arjun, founder and CEO of Rapti Energy, Aishwarya Kachal, electric vehicle financing and investing specialist, IFC and World Bank. And since I expect all of you to welcome our moderator and the panelists with a little more energy, let's do this together. So as I also mentioned the numbers that 80% of 2 and 3 wheelers will be electric. Companies have also started to manufacture the electric scooters and bikes, but at the same time have also began to research for alternatives to lithium-ion batteries, as Sir also mentioned. So the next segment will discuss the same. Up here on stage, we have our great panelists and of course the moderator. All the very best. Looking forward to have a great panel discussion ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us, and thank you for the wonderful audience. I hope you enjoyed the last 2 sessions. I enjoyed, and I got some real good points. And this session, I assure you, will go according to the time. It's a 30-minute timer that I'm having. So we will discuss a couple of points for 15 minutes, and 15 minutes we will open the floor for a Q&A, any questions that you are having. So on my left, to start with, is Dinesh. Dinesh Arjun is the founder, CEO of Rapti Energy. And Dinesh is here because whenever we are talking about EV, we talk about dreams. We talk about future, and future is in the hands of startup and people like Arjun. So thank you, Arjun, for joining us. And on his left is Mr. Aishwarya Kachal, who is an electric vehicle financing and investing specialist, IFC and World Bank. He's a very important guy because he's the one who will be able to have or generate, as we were talking about, Elon Musk of India. Because there won't be any Elon Musk possible if there is no finance, no money. To start with the industry, two-wheeler industry, if I talk about, the biggest concern right now that we see is, if I'm not wrong, there are more than 700 players in the market, right? And the way now the big, large players have diluted the game of ICE and EV, how tough is going to be for the startups to be in the industry, to dream, and put money and innovation?
I assume the question is for me?
Yes.
Perfect. So yeah, I mean, 700 is a large number, right? And that's what I'm being told as well. Every time, especially when I go to Bangalore, every week that I go to Bangalore, I see a new brand with a new showroom opened up. What I believe is still missing, right? I think the gentleman from Greaves was also here, and he also spoke about how EVs are not a new concept, right? EVs have been in the market for a little over a decade, and now we have 700 odd brands, and in the previous discussion we spoke about less than 10% penetration. Again, today penetration is largely driven by electric three-wheelers. But when you look at specifically electric two-wheelers in the segment that we talk about, two-wheelers and motorcycles, right? We're talking about alternatives to your Activas or your Pulsars or your Splendors. The penetration is really, really low, right? So what I believe is missing is a product market fit, right? What we see in the market today is that we have a huge influx of CKDs and CBUs. And don't get me wrong, right? These products which are coming in from China, they're not bad. It's not that they're bad quality, or it's not that, you know, they were built in a way that, you know, they catch fire or whatever, right? The most important point to understand is that they were built for a different use case. When you look at really how the commuter market in China works, they look at extremely short distance travel. More importantly, they don't expect these vehicles to last a very long time, right? These vehicles have an average lifetime of a year and a half or two. They will largely run on lead acid batteries. I think about 85% of all e-two-wheelers sold in China still run on lead acid batteries. That tells you a lot about that market and what that market expects from that product, right? When you come to this side of the world where you're used to Splendors and Pulsars, which are not only fast for their engine capacity, they're extremely reliable vehicles, right? It's not uncommon for you to see, it's not uncommon for my dad to buy a motorcycle, give it to me, and then I give it to my brother, right? That's how we see or rather two-wheelers in India, right? It's some sort of a family heirloom, right? So if that is our requirement, it's very essential that we develop a product keeping our requirement in mind and not just blindly indigenize the technology that's already there in the market, right? Indigenizing is important, but how do we indigenize it? Do we just indigenize blindly what is already available? Okay, there's a motor controller, a battery, a BMS. Okay, let's just make it in India, take the blueprint, copy paste it, right? That doesn't work when the product market fit in itself has not been achieved, right? And I think that's where startups play a major role, right? Like, technology is a well playing field, whether it's me or a large OEM, everybody's starting from scratch. Obviously, they have a lot more resources, they have a lot more money, they have a lot more freedom to scale up. But when you actually look at where they're starting at technology, they don't have the skill set, we don't have the skill set, right? So that's where I really don't think being a startup anyway is going to be an uphill battle, but it's going to be the same uphill battle to develop that technology, even for an incumbent, is what I'd like to say. Absolutely. If that makes any sense.
To sum up, if I say, it's all about innovation. And in case of Indian market, innovation become far more challenging. And that too in two-wheeler space. Because in case of four-wheelers, as we were talking, Arjun, most of the things we are taking it from the international players, right? But in case of two-wheelers, we need to adapt, we need to innovate. And that's where the biggest challenge is, challenge of finance. Because when it comes to innovation, there is a lot of R&D that need to go, there is a lot of money that need to be put in. Aishwarya, how you think that this challenge for all those dreamers who are out in the market, who want to get into the EV space, they should look at?
Thanks, Lan. First and foremost, a standard disclosure and a caveat that whatever I say today are my own personal views, not of the institution that I work for. And I'll just first address the first question first. See, what I would look at it, let's separate technology and market structure as two separate issues. And there is a technology wave, nothing can stop it. So, time of ice and all the older tech is done for, and we will see EVs coming up. And if you were to look at market structure, see, it's a four-player market. India sells roughly around 15 million two-wheelers every year, and 80% of it is concentrated with four players, and it is for a reason. And the reason is that it is a very capital-intensive business. And just to give you some data point, I'm sure there are OEMs in the room, and they would probably have better data points. But the number one player in this business is Hero MotoCorp. They spend something like $750 million in SG&A every year. And that is not going in manufacturing, that is going in distribution and brand creating, and making sure that whenever you need a vehicle, there is somebody who's approaching you to sell that vehicle. And they've not been doing it for the last 6 months, they've been doing it for the last 15 odd years. So think of the stock that they have built in the market in terms of brand, in terms of distribution, and the amount of capital that it will take to move that one. And so that's the biggest challenge that I see for startups. And and going back to the earlier issue of technology, so technology is a given. What I likely see is that if incumbents do not innovate or pump in those R&D dollars, they will have to overpay for innovations of startups. So the market structure is unlikely to change, but the incumbents may just have to overpay for innovation. And thanks, Dan, for the second question. See, people think about consumer markets as a simple category driven market, that hey, I come up with a product and the market will buy it. There are a lot of things that go inside building a consumer business, particularly in the automotive space. So the product has to be of a great quality. Nobody wants to touch anything which is subpar. And given that this is the first big asset purchase in a majority of buyers' life, so there is pride, there is quality, there is expectation associated with it. And that brings me to the other point, that brand. Finally, people want to trust the product that they have bought. So brand is an important part. And if you were to look at numbers, 60% of vehicles sold in this country are on loans. So you need a financing product to be dovetailed with, let's say a two-wheeler or a three-wheeler. The number is even higher. And maybe what does a financier need to give you finance on a product? In India, if we look at, I think roughly 60% of two-wheeler buyers are 63, 64 is the number, are new to credit customers. So that means that there are no heuristics that can be applied on giving loan to that particular customer. I could be proven wrong. You could tell me that hey, we will collect social data points, digital footprints, and whatnot. But let's face it, the bulk of the financiers in the country who have a balance sheet are old school. So they like to look at your CIBIL score. They like to look at the assets that you own. And if I am a new to credit customers, unfortunately, I don't have any paper and I don't have any assets. So question is, how does a financier underwrite that product? The only heuristics available is if the loan outstanding is less than the residual value of the product, I will undergo and give out a loan. And so that's one if you are an independent financier. But what you will also see is the OEMs who control a large market share have captive NBFCs. And they would underwrite the loans very aggressively on what the OEMs make. So that's my take on financing. To summarize, it's not only a product-driven market, there's a lot that goes in. And that's why it's so complex and it's so fascinating.
Fantastic. And when you were telling the figures that Hero MotoCorp just spent on branding, I could see Arjun. He was actually fascinating. He was thinking, what am I going to do? He may be going the RE way. He will just have a band of brotherhood or something like that, right? It will save a lot of cost. But Arjun just put some light on the fact. मेरे को इस वक्त मेरे जो जागरण के दर्शक हैं उनकी तरफ से भी एक लाइव सवाल आया कि मैं अर्जुन से सवाल हिंदी में पूछूं, बट अर्जुन ने पहले बोल दिया सवाल किसी भी लैंग्वेज में हो, जवाब इंग्लिश में ही आने वाला है. बट अर्जुन, whenever we are talking about two-wheeler fame, the subsidy point is something that everybody is concerned about, everybody is talking about, and that is what is making news all over the media houses, right? Why can't two-wheeler space also be organic?
Exactly, and I think that's essentially what we're trying to drive as well, right? Unfortunately, the points that are being sold around an electric vehicle are one, sustainability, and second, total cost of ownership, right? But when you actually look at the four-wheeler space, those are not the first points that are sold to you, right? And I think that's where the clarity on product maturity is coming, right? And if you actually look at the four-wheeler space, right? I'll take a step back before I answer your question. If you take the four-wheeler space, we generally, when a product comes, it comes from the dominant market of the product, and then it gets sent out to adjacent markets, right? So in the four-wheeler space, the dominant markets are Japan, Europe, and US, where the technology gets developed and then moves over to developing countries or later adopters, right? But when you actually look at the two-wheeler, specifically the motorcycle space, and I like to focus on the motorcycle space because contrary to popular belief, India sells twice as many motorcycles as many scooters in the market. People always think scooters is the larger market, right? Today, 70% of all two-wheelers sold in India are motorcycles, but 100% of all electric two-wheelers sold in India are scooters.
What is the new product that you're coming up with? Is it a bike?
Yeah, we're making
That's the
motorcycles.
reason he is emphasizing on bikes.
But more importantly, like, if you look at motorcycles as a whole, globally the dominant players are Bajaj and TVS. There's a reason for that. There's a reason that Bajaj and TVS are the dominant players globally, because they come from, their domestic market is the dominant motorcycle market. The domestic market is so huge that the technology needs to be developed for this market and can be outsourced, or rather exported to other smaller markets, right? And that's precisely what we're working on. We're building a product that is specifically developed for the Indian use case, not the Indian consumers, but the Indian use case.
And
right?
still customers will go without subsidy.
And yeah, so that's what I'm coming to, right? So the point is, if you are driving, let's say, a Mercedes today, and somebody is coming to you and asking you to shift to an Alto just because it's cheaper to run and it's better for the environment, you're not going to do that. And I believe that is what has been happening, right? Early adoption is always going to be expensive. All early adopters pay a premium to buy a product. The iPhone initially was expensive. A smartphone was expensive. Today we have smartphones across all ranges, right? The wrong way to do about it, I believe, again, this is same disclosure as he mentioned, right? My opinions and partially a little bit from my company as well. But subsidies are good if given in the right amount, right? When you look at the percentage of subsidy given to some of these two-wheelers, we're looking at close to 40%, which is a huge bump, right? First thing is you're looking at a 40% subsidy, then you're cutting away GST to about 5%, where there you're saving another 23%, and finally the road tax, right? All these three are extremely high forms of revenue for the government, right? So it's not that forever these three items are going to exist. So if you're technically selling a 3 lakh rupee product for a lakh and a half, what happens when you take that subsidy away? Today, let's say you're buying a scooter and you're accustomed to buying, or rather you've attributed that product with a value of 1.5 lakh rupees. What happens when the subsidy goes away and now you're expected to buy the same product for 3 lakh rupees, right? That's what subsidy does, and that's what I am not a fan of, right? Subsidies are good if delivered in the right way. I think the best way to do this is supply side subsidies, where you...
So if industry is listening right now, Arjun is actually making a big controversy right now. He gave a disclaimer, but he's saying that, subsidy is not important. Industry can survive, industry can move ahead organically also. So all these hula-boo that we are having on the subsidy matter...
I'm not saying subsidy is not important. I'm saying there's change has to happen organically. Adoption has happened, and this is what you're seeing in the car space is that, right? Electric cars, at least in the passenger vehicle segment.
But then this is a segment, if I'm not wrong, actually, this is a segment where people keep the money close to their chest. So every penny matters, right? And in case of adoption, having the last mile connectivity going to each and every household, money matters. And in that case, each and every penny that the OEM is able to save and give consumer a better value, that will add to the whole ecosystem.
Nanda, I agree with you that India is a price sensitive market, and because our per capita income is low and the average income of somebody who buys a two-wheeler, the bulk of the market, I'm not talking the high end of the market, is fairly low. The question is, subsidies are very easy to give, but are always difficult to pare down or take away. And I think, subsidies have had a role in creating a market, but at some stage the market forces have to take over. And my take is, the S-curve particularly on two-wheelers has started to kick in. I'm told by my friends in consulting that the 5% of incremental sales, when it starts happening, the technology gets into the S-curve phase. And I think that happened I think at least a couple of quarters back. So at some stage, whether you take them down today, you take them down tomorrow, that's going to happen. And then subsidies, and as Arjun said, GST, registration. So there's so many incentives which are already there. But at some stage, the supply side has to throw in more efficiencies than what subsidies can. And that is the purpose of subsidy, to create a critical mass where efficiencies on the supply side start kicking in.
Just to add on to that, actually, how do you evaluate risk? Because you need to evaluate the risk that the customer is getting a better product or not. Because in this very segment, we have so many used cases where batteries may have gone wrong, cases of fire, from both sides, from customer as well as manufacturer side. In both sides, you play a big role. So how would you evaluate the risk?
So, I'll speak for all financiers in the room, and please feel free to jump in. That whenever you are lending against a product, the first risk that you will see is the customer and the counterparty risk, where the customer will be able to pay for the product during the loan tenure. And as I said, 63-64% of buyers are new to credit customers, so it is difficult to take a call on underwriting call on these guys. This probably is the biggest risk. Then the other risk that I see is the product risk. See, essentially it's a business where residual value is a huge comfort to the underwriter. And by product risk, there are uncertainties. Hey, this product will last for the tenure of the loan, or whether the OEM will last for the tenure of the loan. So this is the other risk that I see. And the other risk that I see is operations and maintenance. And a lot of the OEMs are not able to service the products that they have sold, because the service ecosystem takes some time to come. And finally, residual value is a huge risk, because if you speak to any underwriters, they would be willing to write a loan on an ICE product, because secondary market benchmarks exist down to the last T. And so those are the primarily risk that I would see in this business when it comes to financing.
We are big players online, okay? And I'm getting so many questions online right now. I'm not going to go for a rapid fire, but there are some online questions that I'm getting. And the question is coming for you, Aishwarya. I'm really surprised. Everybody's interested in knowing whether we are going to get money or not. So somebody is asking me whether India is now ready, and as far as financing and other ecosystem is concerned, are there Elon Musk possible?
Okay, I don't know if my saying Elon Musk is possible moves the needle or not, but I guess if you look at the sheer numbers of this country and our sheer GDP growth and the sheer headroom possible in this country. So we do 150 million, the stock of vehicles, two-wheelers is 150 mil, cars is probably 30 odd mil. And this is a market which is only expand, because as our per capita income grows, many more people will be able to buy these products. And also particularly for two-wheelers, newer use cases are coming in. So a commercial use case of a two-wheeler did not exist a few years back. Now it is a large enough use case, and it is increasingly going to get bigger. So there is room, but the question what Arjun is saying, the country needs a product made for India. So gone are the days and times where you could take something out of a different country, do some homologation test and give the product to the customer. I think that's certainly not the case. So you need a product that works for India.
What is the biggest challenge? My last question for you guys. You are a young chap, okay? Your new bike is going to be on the road soon, and you are investing so much, and some of the biggest players in the industry are joining your team, which says that the product is the key, and you have made some product. What is the biggest challenge that you see for startups who are getting into the EV space?
Finance.
How? Why? How can you solve that?
So I think, the industry, India is a very large market, and wherever there is a demand, They're smart entrepreneurs in the room who will figure out, how to solve that challenge. And increasingly, I think financing is happening. When I had started looking at these markets, only 5% of electric vehicles were getting financed in 2020. And somewhere around March or April, I learned in my conversation with people like you that the number has moved to 32. And I guess we are in May and June, probably the number would be much, much higher. So people are figuring out, people like Arjun are innovating. They understand the risk in this business better than anybody else. And I think, people like Arjun are the hope of this country.
So again, I was talking about capital again for the company, from the company's point of view. But interesting point on vehicle finance, right? I think I believe that the way that will evolve is the salvage value of an EV is inherently more than a petrol-powered vehicle if done right? Again, today the salvage value of an EV is near zero because the market really doesn't understand what to do with the cells. I've heard enough stories of OEMs either disposing of their cells by literally digging up huge holes, burying them, OEMs actually putting them in concrete because they don't know how to dispose of it, right? Especially NNC cells, like somebody else was talking, has a ton of salvage value, right? Today, if done right, you can recuperate almost 40% of the cost even in a completely depleted cell, right? So this inherently, what happens when you actually dispose of an ICE vehicle, right? When you dispose of an ICE vehicle, you throw it away for scrap costs. I'm talking about at end of life after 10 years. Scrap cost is essentially just steel cost or aluminum cost, best case, right? Here, that salvage value is extremely high. There is definitely a second life for these cells if done right. Even if not, there's a salvage value that can be exploited if done right. But again, we're a long way away from that. But I think one big problem that we're trying to solve is finance in the way that we're raising capital. And I mean, luckily for us, at least at Rapti, we've been fairly successful along the way. And what I personally believe, there's a ton of capital. It's just that because of the sheer number of players, there's a lot of confusion on what to do. But the more important challenge is going to be brand, like he mentioned here.
That is the biggest. So my clock is ticking. I just got 4 minutes left. जाते जाते एक आखिरी सवाल ऐश्वर्या आपसे मेरी तरफ से वो ये कि इस इंडस्ट्री में क्योंकि 700 से ज़्यादा प्लेयर्स हैं जिनकी हम बात कर रहे हैं, डाइल्यूट हो चुका है आइस और इलेक्ट्रिक के बीच का वार, ऐसे में वैल्यूएशन गेम जो है ना वो बहुत तेज है. सो इट्स अ चिकन एंड एग सिचुएशन, राइट? सो is there an apprehension or how do you understand or decode this valuation game? Because now majority of the players are playing that valuation game only.
The moment I figured out the secret sauce, I'll tell you. The question is, see, what drives value is future cash flows. And the question is, this is a large market. There is no debate on that. The question is, who will walk away with those cash flows? And more often than not, I would look at history, and the market structure tells me that there is space for large mass market players, 4 players. And what I don't see in this country is people willing to occupy niches. So I'll give you a case in point, and I'm sure there will be people from TVS. So Luna as a product sells 8 lakh volumes in this country, and I think that's a great product. If you could occupy that niche, you could happily build a business, you will be profitable and the market would value you. The challenge with our startups, and I'm not talking Arjun about you, is that everybody wants to create a mass market product. And the question is, the money that it takes to create a mass market product may not be available, B, may be very, very expensive.
So in total, it's going to be very interesting to see how the big players and the startups are going to coexist and make this possible. That is building the two-wheeler EVs for India's urban mobility. So we got some answers here, and I'll open the floor for the distinguished gentlemen who are sitting here and have any question. Yeah, please, please.
Hi.
Sure, just a second, sir.
Yeah, Vivek here. I have a question for Mr. Aishwarya. So you talk about financing for EVs, but what about financing for the infrastructure, for the CPOs, for the battery manufacturers, for the swapping stations? What is your view on that?
You know, fairly simple, you know, a debt holder needs to see visibility of cash flows. So wherever there is visibility of cash flows, you know, debt providers will line up. And let's look at where there is visibility of cash flows. On the retail side, we know that there are certain rules of heuristics available. Charging as a business, we will need to see, you know, what are the utilization rates. Similarly, on the manufacturing side, there are different ways to adopt it. So the question is very broad. Maybe on the probably retail side is where financing will first take off. And then as and when cash flow visibility is available in each part of the value chain, financing will come up. So question is, if cash flows are risky, then probably equity is the right way to fund it. But as and when, you know, cash flows is visible, debt will be available.
I have one more question for Aishwarya. So we talk about like the Arjun pointed to lead acid batteries, and we talked about the support ecosystem and all. So what is your take on having a clause about sustainable or go green kind of thing for recycling for batteries? So do you guys have a clause, or should it be there? Because in the end, what matters is whether we are sustainable towards the ecosystem, towards the climate or not.
Absolutely, and you know, it doesn't make sense to solve for air pollution and create pollution in the earth in landfills. And I would urge you to look at the EPR and the battery waste recycling rules that have come up. Our government is thinking proactively about this. So there is a staged plan, but that's definitely in the consideration of the regulator in this country.
The gentleman on right. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question with Dinesh first, then later on Aishwarya. Okay, Dinesh, I just see your website. You are doing awesome work on the AI vertical and talking about the innovations. But I have one important question. See, everything depends on one important thing, which is the BMS. And till now, I have never seen any Indian companies who are able to build a robust BMS, which is actually powering any AI-enabled or next generation EV vehicles or bike or something like that. So, do you guys have developed your own BMS? If yes, and then it is built in India, or you are building this BMS outside India?
I'll answer the most straightforward questions first, right? Are we building our own BMS? Yes, not just because we had to indigenize, because the new architecture that I was talking about, this BMS for that architecture is non-existent, not only in India, but outside as well. So yes, designed here. Second, developed here. We've had a series of extremely awesome IPOs with some EMS manufacturers, and we're working with them. So yes, all our electronic components are proudly made in India. But coming back to your first question, right? So BMS is an extremely critical component, but I believe people have kind of overrated it to an extent, right? Like BMS is one critical component in a series of very, very, very critical components, right? We have BMS, then we have the motor controller, then we have the BMS/VCU, then we have the all these other components, right? So the BMS inherently doesn't have to have all your smart functions, right? The BMS has to do one core item first. First, it has to ensure your batteries are balanced and it doesn't catch fire, right? Once that is done, it needs to convey this critical information to what we call, depending on company, a BCM or a VCU or a central gateway. And that again does a lot of these factors, right? Like in our case, at least specifically in our case, the architecture is in a way that you have one VCU that collects data from the BMS, the motor controller, and all other subcomponents. And then in our specific case, we actually have a dedicated neural engine on the board that actually does a lot of this processing that you just mentioned. And we also have fleet level analytics running on the cloud. So yeah, it is essential, but the BMS doesn't really have to do all that. BMS is more a controller-based system that really has to focus on its core area. In our case, we're looking at providing an 8-year warranty on the batteries, just FYI, right? So for me, the BMS has to do that first, and then work on analytics.
Yeah. I have another question with the Aishwarya. I seen Aishwarya, you are onto the financing vertical, but in the financing vertical, two challenges which I identified. First, most of the companies are not organized properly. They are all the things there. Although they are having some good revenue things there. So, are you accepting these companies who are still, you can say, having good sales, but not in the books? One thing. Second, those startups who have raised some funds are getting some tractions in like the other person also was in the infra, but not in the charging, in the EV infra. In EV infra, I'm talking about the not the battery, the motor controller or the motor or some other things like the charger manufacturing for the EV, not for the public charger. Supporting in the terms of the funds or equity or the both anything.
So on the first question, we don't fund anybody, it's the market that funds, and we are just a supporting mechanism. And I think the market has its own heuristics. So, and and there is a risk premium attached to every, risk. So if the product or the underlying product, the financer considers it risky, it'll probably add some amount of interest rate that, to compensate me for the risk that I'm taking, I'll probably add some risk to it. And the other question is, charging infrastructure, so what you're talking about, forget charging, and what Arjun is also talking about, I think that is the great space in this industry, which is building fundamental technology. So when you look at the end product, it's brand, it's financing, it's so many things, distribution. But what goes under it, I think that is the space for our country and for startups. And if you look at the world numbers, we're probably the second largest market, or we're probably the largest market today. We're probably the largest market now. And increasingly you see, even in countries where two-wheelers were not taking off a few years back, thanks to this e-commerce delivery boom, two-wheeler is a mechanism to earn a living in the entire world now. And given the volumes that we have, the R&D, the technological innovation is likely to happen in this country because you can spread it on so much volume, whatever investment that you make. I think that is the opportunity that we sit on, and that is the opportunity that people like Arjun are playing in. And increasingly, I believe that technology for two-wheelers will happen in this country.
I'll just add one small point to that, right? See, we as a startup, right, we've received close to a little over $1 million in just grants from the government, right? There's a ton of grants that are available. When you talk about financing, the question that, or rather the problem that I'm getting from these players who hold this money is that there are not enough applicants. When we applied, we were worried. We were like, why do I have to go to the government? It's another hassle, etc., etc. And when we applied, we got it even without any second question, right? So there's a lot of space.
That's great to hear, actually.
So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of money waiting to be dispersed for, not for just academic research, but research that has clear quantitative commercial outcome.
Yeah. I'll just add to it. I'm also in the investment committee of a small fund at IIT Delhi. The number of government schemes that are available. So the first grant that you would get is probably, and let's say it's not a grant, it's some through equity linked structure. Nidhi Prayas scheme, BIRAC, big scheme. There's so many schemes available that for smart entrepreneurs today, money is not a challenge if they have the right idea and the right team.
Yeah, exactly right. Nidhi Prayas starts, I think, at about 5 lakh rupees, all the way up to 10-15 crores where we've applied and, we got selected. So yeah, money is definitely available.
Fantastic. यानी कि जो भी ड्रीमर्स और अचीवर्स यहाँ पर हैं और जो हमें इस वक्त ऑनलाइन सुन रहे हैं, उनके लिए खुशखबरी है कि अगर आप सोच रहे हैं इस इंडस्ट्री में आने का, इसमें कदम रखने का, तो अब राह जो है वो पहले से बहुत ज़्यादा आसान हो चुकी है। और सरकार की तरफ से जितनी मदद दी जा रही है, वो मदद जो है वो सिर्फ कागज़ों पर नहीं है, वो मिल रही है। और इसका सबूत इस वक्त आपको पैनल पे बैठे हुए हमारे जो जेंटलमैन हैं वो भी आपको दे रहे हैं। एक आखिरी सवाल है, क्योंकि माफ़ी चाहता हूँ, वक्त की हमारे पास कमी है। मैं जानता हूँ आप सभी के पास सवाल हैं, और ये एक ऐसा स्पेस भी है जहाँ पर सवाल का होना लाजमी भी है, बट ये सवाल अब हम किसी और दिन के लिए रखेंगे, क्योंकि एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट सेलिब्रेशन है जो हमें थोड़ी देर में शुरू करनी है, द ड्रीमर्स एंड अचीवर दैट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट, बिकॉज अवार्ड्स आर सपोज टू स्टार्ट एंड वी आर सपोज टू celebrate those winners who made the change in last 1 year in the spaces that we are talking about, the EV space, the people who are electrifying India. Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks a lot. It's been a fantastic session. I enjoyed it a lot, and I am sure कि हमारी जो audience है उन्होंने भी इसको उतना ही enjoy किया होगा जिन्होंने जैसे कि हमने यहाँ पर enjoy किया. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपसे.
Thank you so much once again. To do the honors, can I request Mr. Gaurav to please step up on stage once again and felicitate our moderator and of course our panelists. A big thank you to all three of you once again. And we also feel and believe that as we are going further deep into this evening, it's becoming even more interesting. The topics are becoming intriguing. And the next segment, which all of us, we're really excitedly waiting for, the award segment. After this panel discussion, we are going to soon begin with the awards at the same time. Thank you so much to Mr. Dipesh and Aishwarya. And thank you so much to Mr. Nand Kumar for moderating the session so well. With this, let's come together for a group picture. While I would like to take this opportunity to thank our panelists for joining us on stage, I would request our moderator to please stay back. Thank you so much. I just felt like there's another panel discussion which is all set to begin again. Mr. Nand, can I request you to please be on stage for this one? Well, everybody, exactly 1 year ago, 2022, the Minister for Road, Transport and Highways, Sri Nitin Gadkari ji, mentioned in the Parliament that between 2019-2020 and 2020-2021, the two-wheeler EV rose by 422%, three-wheelers by 75%, and four-wheelers by 230%. The number of electrical buses will have also increased by 1200%. While these numbers sound very exciting, very enticing, India's road awfully electric ecosystem still has a few hurdles. While everything that comes and starts its journey has some pros and cons, challenges and opportunities. Some of the challenges in the next segment could be the charging infrastructure, lack of technology, the lack of skilled workforce, import of EV components and materials, large dependency being on China, and of course talking about the opportunities beyond the cleaner environment. More EVs mean more jobs, a robust manufacturing sector and an increase in foreign direct investment. The next fireside chat will elaborate on the same. To do the honors, much awaited guest is here with us. Can I request Mr. Randhir Singh, Director E-Mobility and Senior Team Member for Advanced Chemistry Cell Program, Niti Aayog, to please join us on stage. Come on everyone, let's welcome him. And once again, to do the responsibility of the moderating and to carry this session forward, I have Mr. Nand Kumar on stage. So the topic, as I mentioned, it's the growing scale of the Indian EV market, the challenges and the opportunities. All the very best.
Thank you very much. शुक्रिया. रणधीर, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सबसे पहले तो आपने हमारे लिए समय निकाला, और मुझे खुशी इस बात की भी थी क्योंकि जब आपने एंटर किया होगा तो शायद आपने अर्जुन जो बैठे हुए थे उनकी बात को ज़रूर सुना होगा, और ये बात इसकी और इशारा है कि वो जो स्टेप्स 5 साल पहले लिए गए थे, जो ई मोबिलिटी का जो सपना बनाया गया था, कहीं ना कहीं उसकी डेवलपमेंट सही राह पर हो रही है। और सही दिशा में जा रही है, लेकिन एक सबसे बड़ा सवाल है, जब हम ईवी की बात करते हैं ना, आर डिपेंडेंसी ऑन चाइना इज समथिंग इज वेरी वेरी विजिबल, राइट? तो व्हाट डू यू थिंक कि इस डिपेंडेंसी को कम किया जा सके, और क्या वो चीज़ें हैं जो आपके जहन में हैं या जिस पर इस वक्त नीति आयोग काम कर रहा है?
So first of all, thank you for having me here. Actually, the challenges and opportunities are actually one on another. Right now, whatever challenges are there, all are actually opportunities for us. And the one which you rightly said, that the dependency on China is very high. But you know, this is, in case of the EVs, this is not only for India. This is actually valid for the entire world. Almost 83% of the total battery deployed across the world was shipped from China, with more than 50% of localization in-house there. That is what the statistics says right now. In fact, in the last 5 years only, when the entire world woke up and you know that we have seen the Inflation Reduction Act, Europe has also come out with their own policies, and India has also come out with the Advanced Chemistry Cell Program, Auto PLI and all, for the localization at the component level and for the cell manufacturing. So these are the steps in the right direction. As far as our responsibility towards the climate is concerned, we have to deal with many things. It's not only the EVs, but other solutions also, which are right now the low-hanging fruit, the hydrogen also. So across the sectors, we have to look at. Now, in the entire EV value chain, there are different aspects. One is the charging, which rightly she said, it's one of the challenge. But you know, the requirement, so per EV, right now in India, around 150 vehicles, there is one charger. I'm talking about the PCS only public charging stations. If you take the captive charging and all, then the number is very high actually. We have to reach at least up to the 75. And the global average is around 30, but we don't need that. We need around the 75. This is what the India's requirement is. In terms of the penetration of the four-wheelers and the way the four-wheelers are being charged in India. In fact, 70% of the total four-wheelers across the world are charged with AC and mostly the captive charging. But in our case, you know, the requirement is totally different. The vehicles availability is different. Plus, the charging infrastructure availability, which is by the commercial and by the, the domestic, is totally different. None of the domestic player would want to charge their vehicle completely in the public charging stations. They would go for the top-up, not for the completely charging. So the charging infrastructure requirement in our country is around 8,000 to 9,000 public charging stations as of now, which is going to increase up to the 1 million charging stations by 2030, the requirement, PCS I'm talking about. And of course, most of them should be the fast chargers. So it's a challenge, but again, it's an opportunity also, so that this much penetration can happen. The next part for us to reduce the dependence, in fact, in charging infra also, we have a lot of dependence on China. EVSE is right now being, shipped out from the China, not only in India, but across the world. In terms of the electric drivetrain also, there's a lot of dependency for the permanent magnets. So the magnet, there is a company in Bangalore who has actually developed the motor without the requirement of the permanent magnet. I don't want to take their name, of course it won't be appropriate here, but these are the steps in the right direction. Then next comes about the cell manufacturing. Battery assembly is happening in India, it's for long. In fact, we are one of the major players in battery assembly, but not for the cell manufacturing. So that is the place wherein we have to reduce a lot of dependence. Our requirement only from the best side, I'm leaving the EV aside. Battery energy storage system, 160 gigawatt hour we require for 500 gigawatt hour renewable power integration. 160 gigawatt hour by 2030. So our requirement is very huge. But the 50 gigawatt hour ACC program, which government has started, in fact 30 gigawatt hour is already been allotted. For the 20 gigawatt hour, there are some steps which has been taken. You will see in the next 1 or 1.5 months what is coming up. So these are the right steps. If you track and trace whatever the public announcements has been done for the cell manufacturing in India, 114 gigawatt hour, 114 gigawatt hour, that much capacity has already been publicly announced by the companies in addition to the ACC. That means 114 plus 30 gigawatt hour. So these are the steps in the right direction for the localization and the dependency. Of course, we have to compete with the entire world because resources are fixed and everybody is giving the different incentives. IRA is actually one of the biggest incentive program which US has come out with, US and its allies. So I think these are the steps in the right direction.
So talking about steps in the right direction, आपने थोड़ी देर पहले हाइड्रोजन की भी बात भी करी थी. ईवी हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी की तरफ बात तो करते हैं, क्लीन ग्रीन फ्यूल की हम बात करते हैं, लेकिन क्या अगले 5 सालों के लिए गवर्नमेंट की नज़र हाइड्रोजन पर ज़्यादा रहेगी? क्या उस पर कोई क्लैरिटी मिलेगी? क्योंकि वहाँ पर भी एक बहुत बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट है जिसकी बात होती है.
So we need to track and trace where hydrogen is right now being used and what is the color of hydrogen right now. Steel, chemical, fertilizers, and these OMCs, oil marketing companies, basically the refineries. These are the 4 places where right now hydrogen is being used extensively, and it's gray in color. They have to shift to the blue, then to the turquoise, and then has to come to the green. This is the first shift which has to happen towards the green hydrogen. So this is the not only low hanging fruit, but it is must. That's how the transition. Then it goes to towards the transport side. Are you getting it? Yeah. So this is how the transition is going to work in case of the hydrogen. It's not that suddenly hydrogen is going to come, fuel cell are going to be produced, and the HDTs, that the trucks which we say in our country, it's LDT, MDT, and HDT. So HDT are going to run on that. No, it's not going to happen like this. Or in fact, wherever the in situ application of hydrogen is going to happen, wherein the efficiency in transportation and the compression is not going to be reduced, those are the places wherein hydrogen will be used, which is the shipping, of course, for the transport side.
Yes, so you're talking about transport side, so I have to touch that side. In case of transport side, trucks and buses that I'm talking about, when it comes to intra-city, charging is the biggest challenge, fast charging, so to say. How do government plan to face the challenge? Because there are, you find it a loophole or what? Because still that is the biggest challenge in case of intra-city that we are talking about, the fast charging stations.
I mean, it's been long, people are calling it chicken and egg issue. If not vehicles, why charging station? Utilization is 1 to 2%. But actually, now this is not the case. You must have read that OMCs are going to set up 22,000 fast charging stations in their petrol bunks. Out of those 22,000, around 7,600 are being incentivized under FAME 2. 800 crores is already being given through the MOPNG to the all 3 oil marketing companies. The idea is, at every 25 kilometer on either side of the highways, there has to be minimum 1 slow charging station, and at every 100 kilometers on either side of the expressway and the highways connecting 4 million plus population cities, there has to be at least 1 fast charging station, which should be more than 50 kilowatt. Actually, charging points, the guns, they come in the 60, 120 in this configuration. So, but so to say, 50 kilowatt plus. And in fact, everywhere, right? So there has to be flexibility which should be given to the, the charge point operators, EVSE manufacturers. They can actually project what is the requirement, what is the utilization. 1 to 2% utilization is not going to work economically. And if something doesn't make economic sense, it is not going to prevail for long.
Yeah, this is a question that came up in our first session also, the utilization part. How to find a solution for this utilization part? Because again, it's a chicken and egg situation that we are talking about. Is there a way that we can find a solution to that, or there is some solution that is already in the pipeline and has been done?
So let's trace the history in other countries, how it happened, who have more charging stations per vehicle compared to us. With them also, the utilization rate, in fact, in the countries, in European countries, some of the places, the utilization is still less than 5%. So you have to understand that the cluster-based utilization of the charging points, not all the charge points can have the utilization of more than 15%. That is the number after which it makes more economic sense. Right now, some of the chargers in India have 6 to 7% of the utilization. But in addition to this utilization, there is an issue of the visibility of the charging points also. For example, let's say you are driving, you have this advertisement of MG Comet. Let's say you are driving an MG vehicle. Whether you can see the charge points available from everyone on the same app? No, you cannot. Even the visibility part of the, the charging points is not there. We have taken that step. In fact, on 7th of this month, we have called a meeting of all the EBSE and the CPOs to actually build an app wherein the data sharing of these charge points can be done. So this is one. Second point is also there. In fact, if you go to every charge point, there is a different payment mechanism. There is not even an interoperability of the payment mechanism. That is also something which we are going to take up there. It's a QR based. In fact, one of the CPO actually helped us in this. And there will be a presentation and the discussion. It's a stakeholder consultation. Almost everyone has been called. If somebody has been left out and are present here, you are most welcome. It's on 7th. It's in hybrid mode in Niti. And you may please contact me also or in my office. So this is one step which we have taken. Nevertheless, what is important is industry should come together. They themselves should develop the protocol instead of government coming up with different regulations or statutory requirements. So I think this is something which is very important, that industry should come in a cohesive manner, develop their own protocols, the way it has been done in commercial vehicles in Europe. Traton Group, which includes the MAN, Volvo, Volkswagen, Navistar, and Daimler. They have come together in the HDT segment. They are going to set up 1,700 charging stations across Europe with 500 million euros of investment, and those will be interoperable. And these are the biggest manufacturers. Nobody has asked them to do this. They did it for the best utilization of the resources. So that's how the utilization of the charging infra increases with the interoperability.
So it's all about learning from the good examples, right? There are some examples that are set internationally, and those examples can be taken, maybe innovated from our Indian point of view, and then implemented. Talking about implementation, if I'm not wrong, it's 3% in passenger vehicle and 1% in case of CV, the EVs that we are talking about, right? The CV penetration. The number is really low. And I remember 5 years back when I was listening to Mr. Kant, he said that by 2030, there should only be EVs on road, right? And going by the numbers right now, 3 and 1, do you think that is even possible?
So first of all, let us understand, we are two-wheeler rich country. 76 to 80% are two-wheelers. So around 3% are the three-wheelers. Then the 13% comes. So the focus is on shared and the public mobility right now. That is the first point which needs to be transitioned to the EVs, or so to say the clean mobility. And that's why within the FAME 2, almost 30 to 40% of the total 10,000 crores which is being allotted is for the buses. Then comes the two-wheeler, then the three-wheeler, and only 7,600 odd, that too the shared mobility, commercial vehicles, four-wheelers are being incentivized in that. Of course, state governments in their EV policies have given the incentive to the personal mobility in the four-wheelers. But from the making the impact perspective, four-wheelers is not something which is in focus, which should be in focus even. The idea is to transition the two-wheelers and the buses. And that's why a lot of focus is on that side. And you see the penetration in the two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and the buses side also. Not only the rate of increase is high, but overall absolute deployment is also very high. In fact, India has concluded world's biggest e-bus tender, 5,500 buses. And the rate which we got are one of the lowest, comparable to the IC, 42 and 40 rupees for the AC and the non-AC.
I'm so sorry, Randhir. The reason why I'm again and again going back on my mobile is because we are one of the biggest digital players, right? And our digital audience right now, we have a fantastic, more than 5 million digital audience. And that digital audience is listening to you. and they're listening to you and they're shooting me questions, okay? When you were talking about multiple apps and multiple players and rationalization of charges, the question I got is, should government oversee and take charge with the help of IOCL, BPCL and HPL?
I didn't get it. Oversee and take charge means?
You know, when you were talking about an app or when you were talking about rationalization of charges, why can't, rather than industry doing that thing, why can't that be taken over by the...
That's what we are doing now. That's what we are doing. So in this meeting, we are, in this meeting,
7th.
In this meeting, we are going to do this, and this is the, the CPO meeting which we have called, wherein we will be telling them what is the methodology through which this will be done. Whether it will be API pull or API push, what are the parameters we are going to take from them. It will be just in line with what US and the UK have done, wherein on the regular basis, they push the data towards the government side, and wherein all the data is accessible to all the customers. So that's what the step we have already taken. That's why I say it.
Fantastic. So in case of R&D, right, because that's one of the most important thing, and in all the 3 panels that we are having, that was the biggest question that came out. R&D is one of the most important thing, even as you stated that, so to promote R&D in our educational institutions, colleges, IITs and other top-notch places, is there some special sort of incentive or a program that can be developed which can promote the R&D at the lower strata, or maybe the educational is starting from 12th or maybe in college stages?
So there is a program called Atal Innovation Mission. It's housed in Niti Aayog, but it's specifically not only for the EV, it's innovation in all the sectors. This exclusively work with the Atal Tinkering Labs and others. Around 10,000 Atal Tinkering Labs are already there at school level in our country. Plus they are going to do more. So Atal Innovation Mission is the one which is in addition to several programs which are being run by the DST and the DPIIT. DST is Department of Science and Technology. They also have a separate program wherein in fact, I met one of the recyclers. I keep visiting the factories and all. He recently got around 6 crore rupees only for the R&D program through the DST program, the program which is being run by the DST for the R&D support. And this specifically, categorically, I am talking about in the EV space. But in addition to the EV, there are other programs also. If you want to do some research in the chemistry side, because cell has the chemistry part which is very important right now, and different chemistries are evolving, anode and cathode side. So across domain, not only in EVs and others, for the innovation as well as the R&D purpose, there are several projects which are going on. Not that something has started recently, but for the R&D purpose, in fact, these are going on for long. I just heard one of the persons saying here that people are not aware. Yeah. That is actually that could be one of the reasons that not many applications might be getting received, and not many people are aware that these are the avenues available for them. And that's where your role comes actually.
Exactly. और यही मेरा अगला सवाल भी था, क्योंकि हमारे जागरण न्यू मीडिया के जो दर्शक हैं ना, बड़े इन्फॉर्म्ड दर्शक होते हैं, और वो इस वक्त यही सवाल पूछ रहे हैं जो मुझे आ रहे हैं कि कौन कौन सी वो नई स्कीम्स या इनिशिएटिव्स हैं जो कि स्टार्टअप्स को बढ़ावा दे सकते हैं, जिन पर स्टार्टअप्स नज़र रख सकते हैं और जो उनके लिए फ़ायदेमंद हो सकती है.
Of course, Atal Innovation Mission, I said, this is not the place wherein I can actually list out everything, but through the Invest India startup program, DPIIT and the DST, these are few places wherein they can actually get all the informations. And nowadays in the Twitter world, in fact, through the PMO's Twitter, almost everything is being projected, and that is the place where you can follow also.
Randeep, people were waiting for you, क्योंकि बड़े सारे सवाल थे और जो वो पूछना चाहते थे. So with your permission, if I can open the floor. Gentlemen, the floor is open for you. Our chief guest will be here in next 5-10 minutes. So can we have the mic, please? The gentleman on my left, second. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, hi. I'm Ashish. So you mentioned the 50 kilowatt chargers and above would be the main requirement. Why do you say so? What makes you say so?
I was talking about the public charging stations,
Exactly.
PCS. For PCS, not everybody is going to do the full charge. People wants to do the top up. For the top up to happen in a short period of time, of course, your battery capacity should be the one which could take up that much charge, whether it is 1C or the 2C or the 4C, which is the maximum right now you can take. So that limitation is there, but with the increasing capacity of the batteries and the cell configurations also, this 1C, 2C and 4C is being possible. So you go 15 minutes, charge for next 30 minutes of your range. So that's where the higher kilowatt range is required.
So my question, maybe I have multiple questions here, but the masses we have, like the Tiago, the Citroen, the Tigor, the next one EV, or maybe the Max, this acquires right now 97% of the EV market, and they all are under 30 kilowatt. So why 50 kilowatt chargers? And I am being also told that the batteries, if they are charged with the capacity more than double the intake, it is going to harm the battery health in a later stage.
So that is what the C charge rate I am telling you. So let's say your battery is 30 kilowatt hour. Let's assume. For 30 kilowatt hour battery with 1C charge, you need 1 hour of the full charging with the 30 kilowatt of the charger, right? But if you put 60 kilowatt of the charger, but your battery capacity is also that it can take 1.2 or 1.5 kilowatt, 1.5 C of the charge, then you can actually charge that with the lower time, which is what is happening right now.
But normally all the batteries we have in Tata Motors right now, they all come with 0.7 C.
Right now they can take the 30 kilowatt hour of the battery with the BMS. They can actually take the 60 kilowatt of the charger and get charged in the lower time. Not 1 hour is required.
But
because
that is not happening. That is not happening, right? We've been trying to do this by last 3 years, having meetings with the OEMs, but they're not ready to do it for some reasons.
No, you can actually charge the exact battery. In fact, I can tell you there is an battery charger called Exponent Energy. You can actually charge, no matter what battery you have, Exponent Energy, 15 minutes charge. And they have the 30 chargers in across Bangalore. They cover entire Bangalore.
With the CCS protocol?
With the they have their proprietary protocol because they send it pressurized. So any battery, even if your battery takes 1C or 0.75 C or even 0.5 C, they can charge it in 15 minutes because they send the pressurized water along with this, and it's a proprietary solution. And in entire Bangalore, in fact, there is a 3-wheeler manufacturer called Altigreen. There most of the vehicles are getting charged to them. And by the way, their utilization rate is more than 20%.
So the next question is, we use a LFP battery.
He got loads of questions. But thank you. It's good to see such informative viewers. But I'll really appreciate, because there are a lot of people who are interested in asking questions. So we can just toss back if we have time. Avigda, please. Mic to Avigda, please.
Okay, so electric mobility as a disruption didn't happen in India. It happened somewhere else. And we were very much aware of this new way of moving around. So when India decided to go electric, why is it that we always come up with protocols after investments are made? I mean, this is something where electric mobility started in, say, somewhere around 2010, 2011, right? The Model S came out in 2012. India decided to go electric in 2017-18. And we are talking about standardizing protocols now, after possibly $1 billion worth of, a couple of $1 billion worth of investments have been made in different kinds of operating systems. Why does it always happen in India that way?
So which protocol we are standardizing? Because I am not aware about any protocol which we are standardizing.
No, even something as simple as a payment protocol, something as simple as interchangeability. These are all protocols. These are all operating protocols for the consumer.
Payment protocol, there is nothing called we are going to standardize it. It's simple. The way you are having the flexibility right now, that you are not fixed that you have to use the RFID or a particular card. You can go scan the QR code at the back end. You should have all the possible options. UPI, net banking, credit card, debit card. That is what I am talking about, the interoperability of the payment mechanism.
Exactly.
So that's what I'm saying.
My only question is, why is it happening now? Why couldn't it happen 3 years back?
You mean to say interoperability?
Exactly.
So
Whatever protocols you're setting now, you know, it's like we build massive condominiums, then we decide as to how the electricity lines should move and how the sewer lines should be laid and how the water supply should happen. Why can't it happen much before the condominiums come up?
So you have to understand how this system works in an industry. You cannot set all the norms, ask industry to come within those parameters, do the innovation, and ask them also to take up the higher value. So you need to give them, you know, the space. You need to give them the chance for the innovation. With all this, see, nobody is aware of what is the right connector right now. Whether CCS2 will succeed up to the 1600 volts, or when we go for the megawatt hour charging, something else has to come. Nobody knows. But let's say if we come forward and let's say, no, everybody is going to use the CCS2, whether it is going to hinder the innovation? Of course and yes. Nowhere in the world anybody has come out and said, this is the connector you should use. This is the protocol OCPP 2.0 or 2.1 you have to use. Nowhere. Because there is always a room for the innovation, and this is just a sunrise sector. It's just started. I mean, it's still a, I will call in Hindi, bachcha. Sab kuch develop ho raha hai. Even the cell manufacturing side, we are talking about the changing the anode, changing the cathode. Somebody was talking, he was about to say about the LFP, हम LFP use कर रहे हैं. Sorry to say boss, हम LFP से LFMP move करते जा रहे हैं. Already almost 35% हम LFMP की तरफ move कर रहे हैं. Not only we, but one of the biggest manufacturers, CATL, they are now focusing on this, the modified one. So we have to understand, किसी को सब कुछ नहीं पता है कि this is the technology, इसके बाद कुछ change नहीं होने वाला है. We have to give the room for innovation when something is very new. When it matures, there is a technology cycle. Yeah, it moves like an S-curve. When something matures, then you take the action. Okay, this is the one which has been matured. This is the something which has been prevailing everywhere, and it can be standardized. Nothing is standardized right now. Standards are released. Nothing is standardized. So BIS has more than 20,000 standards. You know how many are being mandated? Less than 800. So it doesn't mean that standards are released, it's standardized. There's a difference between standards and standardization. I hope I answered it.
And you talked about the options the end users have in terms of choice, in terms of choosing where to pay. So currently in my phone, I have approximately 25 charging apps, CPU apps, and almost 8 or 10 apps have minimum 500 as a balance, minimum requirement. So those 500 are stuck. So what is your take on unifying all those apps into a single platform where users have the ease to pay via UPI or any other payment?
So it will be very simple. For example, if you go right now to any of the Photom chargers, there will be a QR code on the gun itself. You scan at the back end, you will have all the options. No wallet filling or something you have to do. You can do the UPI, credit, debit, net, anything. Once you pay, that much charge is being come here. In case, how this system works, in case whatever you are paying, you have paid more and your filling has been done, it gets reimbursed immediately. That's how it works.
Yeah, so I agree. So Photom has...
You don't need any app at all.
I agree to your point. Photom has evolved a debit card of 10,000 balance, but that's only Photom. And say, for example, Tata Power. Tata Power has a Paytm wallet.
No, you don't need any card.
What about other CPOs? So all those RFIDs are linked to their wallet.
No, there's no wallet in this case. It's a QR code.
So yes, that's what I'm saying. Photom has done it. What about other CPOs?
That is why we have called the meeting. That's what I was talking about. This should be integrated with all. So if one has done along with us, so others can also do it. So that's why in this meeting we are going to discuss this. Because this is something which should be there everywhere. Interoperability of the payment mechanism.
The one on 7th June you mentioned.
Sorry?
The one on 7th June you mentioned.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you.
आप सभी का इन सवालों के लिए और इस पेशेंस के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, क्योंकि जिस चीज़ का आप इंतज़ार कर रहे थे, मैं माफ़ी चाहता हूँ जो आप सवाल नहीं ले पा रहे उन सभी से मैं माफ़ी चाहता हूँ। हम कोशिश करेंगे कि इन सवालों को हम बाद में ले सकें। पर रणधीर जी आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। इट वॉज अ फैंटास्टिक डिस्कशन विद यू एंड इट वॉज ये पता लगना कि सरकार किस दिशा में काम कर रही है और क्या क्या चीज़ें मौजूद हैं, ये अपने आप में भी एक कॉन्फिडेंस जगाता है कि डजेंट मैटर व्हाट द परसेंटेज इज राइट नाउ, 3 or 1, वी आर ऑन द राइट ट्रैक। सो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका। और जिस पल का आप सभी इंतज़ार कर रहे थे वो पल आ चुका है। हमारे चीफ गेस्ट जो हैं वो पहुंच चुके हैं।
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, both of you, moderator. And sir, I would request you to hold on stage for a moment. I would request Mr. Rajesh, Editor-in-Chief, Jagran New Media, to please step up on stage for a moment and extend him a big thank you for being here on stage. And along with this, I would request all of you to please put your hands together for our special guest for tonight, Shri Jasmine Shah, Vice Chairperson, Dialogue and Development Commission of Delhi. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ उनका स्वागत मैं करना चाहूँगी। इसी के साथ साथ our guest of honor, Honorable Shri Kailash Gehlot ji, Honorable Minister for Transport, Government of NCT of Delhi. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ हमारे दोनों गेस्टों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत। Thank you so much. Please take your seats. And I might bother you very soon, but for now, please sit back, enjoy the rest of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to move on to the much awaited segment, which is the rewards and recognition. Time for us to reward, recognize, felicitate your hard work, your success, and the transition that we all have been doing to make this world a better place for you, for me, and the generation to come by. Before we move on, I would request all of you to please put your hands together as we all together welcome a leader like no other. CEO Jagran New Media, he has to his credit more than 2 decades of rich experience and expertise in managing and turning around several media businesses across print, radio, ground activation, and internet. Under his able leadership, Jagran New Media is the fastest growing news and information company in the Indian digital landscape. In addition to his role as CEO, he is also serving as director to the INMA South Asia Board International News and Media Association. There's so much that I can talk about him. But for now, I would request all of you to please put your hands together for the man, Mr. Bharat Gupta, CEO Jagran New Media. I think there are like pages and pages I can talk about you. Thank you so much for being here. Looking forward to hear.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would sincerely like to thank Shri Kailash Gehlot ji and welcome him to the first edition of EV Conclave and Awards, Minister of State and Transport, and then, of course, Shri Jasmine Shah ji for joining us. I would begin by saying that India is the largest population with 1.4 billion people, and in March, India became the 5th largest global economy and by overtaking UK. It is poised to become the 3rd largest economy by 2027 at 5.4 trillion. In terms of automobile, I think for this large population, it's a natural extension that India is now the 3rd largest automobile market. And within this automobile segment, I think it is the EV which is making the revolution. And in last year alone, if I'm not mistaken, then close to about 1.17 million EVs were sold last year, which is adding up to 50% of the overall EVs in India. So why this big change? I think there's a lot of evangelization which is required to around EV in terms of the users understanding the importance of EV in terms of green energy, efficiency, or other cost parameters. In terms of the opportunities which come out through EV as a technology in terms of economy, in terms of the ecosystem, right? And also there are certain challenges in terms of the infrastructure which is required. But while there are these challenges, I think the objective of creating this platform is to create a thought leadership where we connect the business community with the governance and policy makers who can ideate, discuss, and solve for India, build for India, and revolutionize India. So on this note, I think the most important parameter is to not only initiate this discussion, but also celebrate companies which have come forward, technologies which have come forward to make a big change and celebrate that success in our own community. So thank you everyone for joining us today. And without taking much of your time, I would like to request Shri Gehlot ji to come on stage and share his thoughts with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the tone for this evening. Once again, I would like to take this opportunity to invite on stage Honorable Minister for Transport, Government of NCT of Delhi, Shri Kailash Gehlot ji. Thank you so much, sir. आप अपना कीमती समय निकाल हमारे बीच में आए. आपका बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया. Come on, everybody. Let's put our hands together.
सबसे पहले तो आप सभी को नमस्कार और before I forget, let me thank Jagran New Media for giving me this opportunity to be part of this beautiful program. And Bharat Gupta ji, Rajesh Upadhyay ji, Jasmine ji और सभी distinguished guests जो इस हॉल में हैं, सभी को एक बार फिर दोबारा नमस्कार. I think I was talking to Mr. Bharat Gupta and inquiring, I think this is the first time EV Awards or EV Conclave is being organized by Jagran New Media and उसकी आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं. मैं ज़्यादा समय नहीं लूँगा लेकिन I think जो topic है when we talk about electric mobility or electric vehicles, I think I can share my journey as a transport minister in just 5 minutes. In fact, I was thinking जब मिनिस्टर बनने का मौका मिला और ट्रांसपोर्ट का पोर्टफोलियो जब मुझे पता चला तो मेरा पहला रिएक्शन ये था कि ट्रांसपोर्ट में क्या करेंगे, क्योंकि ट्रांसपोर्ट जब हम सोचते हैं तो एज अ मिनिस्टर आई थॉट यूनियंस एंड lot of meeting with those unions, but I think I'm very happy and very satisfied the way my journey has been as a transport minister. इतना काम हमने transport में किया, and I think I thank Honorable CM Arvind Kejriwal ji for giving me this opportunity to be a part of the government and be a part of the entire governance जो दिल्ली का है. And I think one of the best things which could happen in these last few years, जो दिल्ली की इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल पॉलिसी हमने लॉन्च की, और ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ क्योंकि मैं सिर्फ कहूँगा तो होगा कि हम अपनी चीज़ की खुद ही तारीफ़ कर रहे हैं, बट आई थिंक दिस हैज़ बीन द वर्ड अराउंड फ्रॉम, चाहे वो मीडिया है चाहे इंटरनेशनल फोरम्स हैं, दैट वन ऑफ द बेस्ट इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल पॉलिसी जो दिल्ली सरकार ने जो रोल आउट की वो 2020 में रोल आउट हुई और जैस्मिन जी का उसमें खूब योगदान रहा. एंड व्हेन वी से दैट वन ऑफ द बेस्ट इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल पॉलिसी, बिकॉज पॉलिसीज़ हम काफ़ी बार पॉलिसी बहुत अच्छी बनाते हैं, बट कहीं ना कहीं जो कनेक्ट है कि वाइल एग्जीक्यूटिंग दैट पॉलिसी, वो कहीं ना कहीं मिस होता है. एंड दैट इज़ वाई बेस्ट ऑफ पॉलिसीज़ विच लुक ब्यूटिफुल ऑन द फाइल एंड पेपर, जब वो एग्जीक्यूशन के टाइम आती है वो फेल हो जाते हैं. एंड आई थिंक उसका जो आई थिंक वन थिंग विच आई कैन से कि जिसकी वजह से ये इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल पॉलिसी बहुत बढ़िया बनी और बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से रोल आउट हुआ, वो है intense consultation with all the stakeholders. I think I still remember those days जिसमें लगातार हमने खूब कंसल्टेशन किया, चाहे वो कोई भी स्टेक होल्डर है. तो उसका वो नतीजा है कि आज जैसे कि मैं भरत गुप्ता जी को बता रहा था कि when we now move on Delhi roads, I think after few seconds or after maybe in a minute or so, तो एक वो ग्रीन कलर की प्लेट जो है वो हमें ज़रूर देखने को मिल जाती है. I think that's a very positive sign, and the electric vehicle policy was launched in Delhi on 7th August 2020, and in a matter of 3 years, we have added, to be precise, 1,23,699 vehicles on Delhi road. और सब्सिडी, आई थिंक जो सब्सिडी का जो पॉइंट, आई थिंक पूरी अगर हम पॉलिसी की बात करें तो उसमें सब्सिडी का जो कंपोनेंट था, ताकि जो न्यू यूजर्स हैं उसको हम कैसे हम पुश कर सकें. एंड वी हैड कॉइंड 3 आईज बेसिकली: इंक्लूजन, इंसेंटिवाइजेशन एंड इनोवेशन. सो वो इंसेंटिवाइज कैसे करना है, सब्सिडी उसका पार्ट था. और आई थिंक इफ़ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, इफ़ आई एम गेटिंग द फिगर्स राइट, I think more than 120 crores subsidy we have disbursed since last 3 years. I think पूरे देश में कहीं भी इस तरह की सब्सिडी जो है अभी तक जो यूज़र्स हैं और एप्लीकेंट्स हैं उनको ये इस तरह की सब्सिडी जो है डिस्बर्स नहीं हुई है. एंड आई थिंक इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स की जब हम बात करें तो अगर पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट की अगर हम उससे जोड़ें तो द मैक्सिमम जो व्हीकल्स दिन में दौड़ते हैं तो वो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट व्हीकल्स हैं. एंड दैट इज़ वाई द फर्स्ट स्टेप वी टुक दैट लेट अस कन्वर्ट आर, जितने भी हमारी दिल्ली सरकार में जो बसें हैं उसको हम किस प्रकार से कम समय में एक पूरे टाइमलाइन के साथ उसको अगर हम कन्वर्ट करें. एंड दैट इज़ व्हाट वी हैव बीन डूइंग सिंस लास्ट ऑलमोस्ट 2-3 years नाउ. एंड यू विल बी हैप्पी टू नो दैट बाय 2025 80% ऑफ आवर बस फ्लीट विल बी इलेक्ट्रिक. तो इसका मतलब 2025 तक हमारे दिल्ली सरकार के बेड़े में लगभग 10,000 बसें होंगी. तो उसका 80% मतलब 8,000 जो बसें हैं वो अगर आप दिल्ली की सड़कों पे देखेंगे तो वो इलेक्ट्रिक होंगी. आई थिंक दैट इज़ अ ह्यूज स्टेप विच वी हैव टेकन. उसका जो पोल्यूशन से भी अगर आप इसको जोड़ें, बिकॉज पोल्यूशन एक ऐसी चीज़ है जो हर एक व्यक्ति अफेक्ट होता है, और अगर उसको हम कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड के उसमें टर्म्स में समझें तो दीज इलेक्ट्रिक बसेज विल save almost 4,60,000 lakh tons of CO2. मतलब उतना CO2 जो है वो हम दिल्ली से कम करेंगे. आई थिंक मैं बहुत ज़्यादा डिटेल्स में नहीं जाऊंगा. आई लीव इट टू जैस्मिन जी टू go into those figures and data, but I think Delhi has done wonders, और सरकार के साथ साथ और दूसरे जो स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ साथ मैं ये अलग अलग फोरम से मैंने हर बार कहा है कि इसका असली क्रेडिट अगर किसी को जाता है इस इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल पॉलिसी को एक रेवोल्यूशन के तरह से इसको रोल आउट करने में, तो वो दिल्ली वासी हैं जिन्होंने न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी होने के बावजूद इस न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी को अडॉप्ट किया और अच्छे तरीके से अडॉप्ट किया. एंड दैट इज़ द रिज़ल्ट कि पूरे देश में आई थिंक वी आर लीडिंग ऑन एवरी फ्रंट, वेदर इट इज़ charging stations or it is subsidy or the number of electric vehicles which are running on Delhi roads. तो उसकी दिल्ली वासियों को ढेर सारी बधाई। और एक बार फिर दोबारा मैं जागरण न्यू मीडिया को बधाई देता हूँ इस कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन करने के लिए। और आई थिंक कपल ऑफ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन विल बी गेटिंग अवार्ड्स, तो उनको भी ढेर सारी बधाई। और जिनको नहीं मिले तो आई थिंक ओनली से दैट work harder and hope that you also make it next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, can I request you to please stay back on stage? To do the honors, can I request Mr. Bharat Gupta to please join us on stage? Mr. Kamlesh Raghuvanshi, Editor Online, Jagran Prakashan Limited, along with Mr. Rajesh, Editor-in-Chief, Jagran New Media, to please join us on stage and felicitate sir and thank him for being a part of this fantastic and memorable evening. The Hitech EV Conclave and Awards 2023. We're so honored to have you with us this evening. We're so elated and privileged to have your presence with us this evening. Here's a small token from Jagran New Media. To our guest of honor, Shri Kailash Gehlot ji. And sir, since you're on stage, can I bother you for the next segment? Can I request you to please stay back on stage for the awards? All right, ladies and gentlemen, the much awaited segment of this evening. To begin this evening, I'd like to begin by saying a few words. सीढ़ियाँ उन्हें मुबारक हो जिन्हें सिर्फ छत तक जाना है, मेरी मंजिल तो आसमां है, रास्ता मुझे खुद बनाना है. Here's our endeavor to thank everybody from the EV industry who have been making big waves and getting change in the industry. We will be recognizing your hard work, your dedication, and your never-ending spirit. To begin with, we have our first set of categories, and there's one thing that I would request all of you to do, which is give us some energy when the awardees are joining us on stage. To begin with, we have our first category, the Best Electric Vehicle Marketing Campaign, and the winner is Greaves Electric Mobility. Can I request the winners to please join us on stage? Congratulations for winning the title of the Best Electric Vehicle Marketing Campaign. Keep up the good work. Moving on, our next category is Best Electric Vehicle Manufacturing. And the winner is, any guesses? And the winner is Ampere. Can I request you to please join us on stage? The Best Electric Vehicle Manufacturing winner up here on stage, taking the lead and setting another milestone. We have Ampere. Congratulations. Moving on, the next category is the Best Battery Technology and Manufacturing, a much talk of the town and of course talk of the panel discussion as well. The winner is BYD. Can I request the winners to please join us on stage? Best Battery Technology and Manufacturing. BYD. Congratulations. I think sky is the limit for all of us here at the EV industry. We're growing by leaps and bounds. Moving on, we have the Best EV Fleet Management and Logistics. In this category, we have two winners. First of all, I would request all of you to please put your hands together for our first winner, Blue Smart. Can I request the team to please join us on stage? I once again request our winners for Best EV Fleet Management and Logistics, Blue Smart. All right, moving on, we have Zip. Can I request the team to please join us on stage as we all put our hands together? Best EV Fleet Management and Logistics. Moving on to the next award category, Best Recycling and End-of-Life Management for EVs, and the winner is Loham Industries. Can I request Loham Industries to please step up on stage? Please put your hands together once again as we would like to congratulate Loham Industries for winning the Best Recycling and End-of-Life Management for EVs. Last one in this category, in this set of awards, I would like to invite the Best Innovation in Electric Vehicle Technology, and the winner is, any guesses? And the guesses coming. And the winner is Ultraviolet. Can I request you to please join us on stage? Best Innovation in Electric Vehicle Technology. Congratulations. With this, I would like to thank both of you for joining us on stage and doing the honors. Thank you so much, sir. एक बार दोबारा से जोरदार तालियों के साथ मैं शुक्रिया करना चाहूंगी हमारे गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर श्री कैलाश गहलोत जी का, and of course Mr. Bharat Gupta for joining us on stage and for doing the honors. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as now it's time for me to invite on stage our special guest for tonight, Shri Jasmine Shah, Vice Chairperson, Dialogue and Development Commission of Delhi, DDCD. मैं जोरदार तालियों के साथ सर को मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी. Thank you, sir, for joining us here.
Thank you very much, and Mananiya Transport Minister Kailash Gehlot ji, Bharat Gupta ji, we have Rajesh ji, and all the distinguished guests in the audience. आप सबका मेरा नमस्कार. कैलाश गहलोत जी कई सारी चीज़ें दिल्ली के बारे में ऑलरेडी उन्होंने शेयर कर दी है, और क्योंकि आप सब दिल्ली में बैठे हैं, दिल्ली में जो इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स का यूसेज जो पिछले 3 सालों में खास करके बढ़ा है, वो आप सब ने कहीं ना कहीं देखा ही है. जैसे गहलोत जी कह रहे थे कि देयर इज़ हार्डली अ मोमेंट आप दिल्ली की सड़क पे जाएं और 1 मिनट के अंदर आपको कोई ग्रीन प्लेट ना दिखें. लेकिन अगर हम वाकई में कहते हैं कि क्या दिल्ली ईवी के मैटर में सक्सेसफुल हुआ या नहीं हुआ, मेरे ख्याल से कुछ आंकड़े ये सच खुद ब खुद बताते हैं. पिछले 3 सालों में 2020 में दिल्ली सरकार की इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल पॉलिसी आई थी, और मैंने कुछ आंकड़े जो 2019 में कितने इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स दिल्ली की सड़कों में बिके थे, चल रहे थे, और उसकी तुलना मैंने 2022 में 2-2.5 साल दिल्ली सरकार की ईवी पॉलिसी के बाद कहां से कहां तस्वीर कैसे बदली है, वो मैं कुछ आंकड़े शेयर करना चाहूँगा. सबसे पहले है इलेक्ट्रिक 2 व्हीलर्स. 2019 में 1060 इलेक्ट्रिक टू व्हीलर्स दिल्ली में सेल हुए थे। 2022 में 34,500. 35 times is the growth that electric two-wheelers have seen in just 3 years in Delhi. Four-wheelers की बात करें, 450 cars, electric cars दिल्ली में बिकी थी 2019 में। पिछले साल this number has risen to 5,600, which is 12 times growth in a matter of 3 years. इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस की बात करें, मंत्री जी ने ऑलरेडी ये आंकड़े रखे हैं कि इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस में दिल्ली देश में ही नहीं दुनिया में कुछ ही सालों में अव्वल बनने वाली है। 2019 में देयर वर 0 इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस ऑन द स्ट्रीट्स ऑफ दिल्ली। टुडे वी हैव 400, बट मोर इम्पोर्टेंटली विल रीच 8,000 इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस बाय 2025। एंड अगर हम ओवरऑल मार्केट की बात करें तो पिछले साल लगभग 13% जितने वाहन बिके दिल्ली में, उसमें 13% शेयर इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स के थे। डेफिनेटली देश भर में हम एक बूम देख रहे हैं इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स का, लेकिन देश भर में अगर आप इसकी तुलना करें तो ओवरऑल ऑल इंडिया में ये आंकड़ा 6% है कि ऑफ ऑल न्यू व्हीकल्स सोल्ड इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स आर 6%। दिल्ली में 13% हुआ है। सिमिलरली अगर चार्जिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, एक वन वे टू मेजर इज व्हीकल्स कितने बिके, बट गवर्नमेंट हैज ऑलवेज बीन वेरी कॉग्निसेंट कि केवल व्हीकल सेल करके इफ चार्जिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डजंट कम अप एट द सेम टाइम तो बात नहीं बनेगी, कहीं ना कहीं आपको बैकलैश आएगा मार्केट से। आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू शेयर आज की तारीख में कुल 4,300 पब्लिक चार्जिंग पॉइंट्स दिल्ली में एक्टिव हैं, जो देश भर में हाईएस्ट ही नहीं है। टोटल देश भर के ईवी चार्जिंग स्टेशंस के 30% चार्जिंग पॉइंट्स केवल और केवल दिल्ली में लगे हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये क्लियर है कि दिल्ली हैज टुडे इमर्ज्ड एज द ईवी कैपिटल ऑफ इंडिया। दिल्ली ने देश को एक उम्मीद दिखाई है। इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स की मैं जानता हूं कि कई सालों से बात होती रही है देश में। नेशनल इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी मिशन मेरे ख्याल से 2013-14 में आया था, लेकिन तब से वी हैवंट नथिंग शोज लाइक अ सक्सेस। मतलब कोई से बेटर उदाहरण नहीं हो सकता अनलेस एंड अनटिल यू कैन शो मेक इट वर्क इन वन सिटी। और दिल्ली ने ये पिछले केवल और केवल 3 सालों में ये कर दिखाया है। मैं केवल 2 चीज़ें हाईलाइट करना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि सवाल नेक्स्ट उठता है कि ये कैसे हुआ दिल्ली में, क्या कारण रहा था। मेरे हिसाब से 2 मुख्य कारण रहे थे। सबसे पहली चीज़ है लीडरशिप। देखिए, जब भी कोई भी आज देश में एक माहौल होता है, इंडस्ट्री में जब भी बात होती है कि इस फील्ड में भारत को आगे बढ़ना चाहिए, और जब बात घूमकर सरकार की आती है तो हमेशा ये एक फीलिंग आती है इंडस्ट्री को कि सरकार हमारे रास्ते से हट जाए। सरकार इतने रेगुलेशंस लेके आती है, ये लेके आती है, वो लेके आती है। सो सरकार शुड स्टे अवे, सरकार शुड नॉट बिकम अ इनहिबिटर। और मेरे ख्याल से दिल्ली में जिसका भी तजुर्बा रहा है दिल्ली सरकार से काम करने का, खास करके ईवीज में, आई थिंक दे विल अटेस्ट टू द फैक्ट कि सरकार बिल्कुल केवल हटी नहीं है, सरकार हैज एक्चुअली बिकम अ फैसिलिटेटर फॉर द एंटायर इंडस्ट्री, एंड दैट इज़ वन मेजर रीज़न वाई ईवीज हैव ग्रोन टुडे। और इसमें हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का जो सपना रहा है हमेशा कि दिल्ली को प्रदूषण की लड़ाई में जो भी कुछ करना पड़े, जितना भी पैसा खर्च करना पड़े, हम करेंगे। और उसके बाद जो 3 साल की मेहनत मशक्क़त कैलाश गहलोत जी द्वारा पूरे ट्रांसपोर्ट डिपार्टमेंट ने करी है, मेरे ख्याल से ये इसका नतीजा है दैट चीज़ें ऑटोमेटिकली कभी नहीं होती। पॉलिसी से लेके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में आते आते बहुत ही सैकड़ों मीटिंग्स, डिस्कशंस, कॉन्वर्सेशंस, चीज़ें ठीक करना एक आइटरेटिव लूप होता है सरकार के अंदर, तब जाके चीज़ें उसके परिणाम दिखते हैं। तो पहला मैं कहूँगा कि जो लीडरशिप है वो बहुत ही डेडिकेटेड है एंड क्लियर है कि हमें क्या अचीव करना है। और दूसरी चीज़ जो माननीय मंत्री जी ने भी जिसका उदाहरण दिया था कि एक स्पिरिट ऑफ कोलैबोरेशन है। जितनी भी चीज़ हमने दिल्ली में करी, कई सारी स्पेसिफिक्स हैं, लेकिन उसके पीछे सोच एक ही रही है। हमने कभी भी हमारे दरवाजे बंद नहीं रखे सरकार के फॉर आइडियाज़। जब पॉलिसी बनी तो करीब 1 साल का कंसल्टेटिव प्रोसेस था। ये दिस इज़ वन ऑफ द पॉलिसीज़ जो डायलॉग एंड डेवलपमेंट कमीशन DDC, जिसका मैं वाइस चेयरमैन हूँ, हमने बनाई थी। बहुत कोलैबोरेशन और कंसल्टेशंस के साथ लोगों के सुझाव लिए थे, देश विदेश से हमने आइडियाज़ लिए थे कि क्या करना होगा दिल्ली को टू एक्चुअली सॉल्व दिस प्रॉब्लम। इतने सालों से जो बात हो रही है, हाउ डू वी रियली अचीव दिस काइंड ऑफ अ जंप। लेकिन इतना ही नहीं, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन स्टेज पे जब भी कुछ होता था, जो भी हमें सुझाव देना चाहता था, उनके लिए हमेशा दरवाजे ओपन थे। वी हैड नेवर एंडिंग ऑलमोस्ट सेट ऑफ मीटिंग्स, कॉन्वर्सेशंस। हमारा एक EV फोरम भी बना, जिसमें हर 6 महीने हम सारे इंडस्ट्री से मिलते थे, उनके आइडियाज़ लेते थे कि अब पॉलिसी तो बन गई, लेकिन अगर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में कहीं पे दिक्कत आ रही है तो आप हमें बताइए, हम क्या कर सकते हैं। और उसी का नतीजा है कि दिल्ली EV पॉलिसी इज़ नॉट जस्ट अ पॉलिसी, इट इज़ अ सीरीज ऑफ इनोवेशंस। आज पिछले 3 सालों में दिल्ली ने जो जो इनोवेशंस ग्राउंड पे निकाले हैं, मेरे ख्याल से देश भर में डेफिनेटली इतने नहीं हुए इनोवेशंस, कुछ ओवरऑल इन द वर्ल्ड ऑल्सो आई थिंक दिस वुड बी द फर्स्ट टाइम दिस वुड हैव हैपेंड। आई विल गिव यू एन एग्जांपल। जब हमने EV पॉलिसी लॉन्च करी तो दिल्ली वाज द फर्स्ट स्टेट जिसने बहुत अच्छी खासी सब्सिडी, एक फेम सब्सिडी होती है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की, उसके ऊपर जाके दिल्ली ने कहा नहीं, हम अपने लोगों को एक एडिशनल सब्सिडी देंगे। लेकिन फिर सवाल ये उठा कि सब्सिडी पहले भी दिल्ली कुछ देती थी छोटी मोटी, लेकिन उसके लिए बहुत पेपर वर्क था, लोगों को फिजिकल एप्लीकेशन डालना पड़ता था, एक लंबा चक्कर था। तो लोगों ने ही सुझाव दिया, इंडस्ट्री ने ही सुझाव दिया कि साहब ऐसा मत कीजिए, मेक इट अ सिंपल डिजिटल ऑनलाइन प्रोसेस, और हम ना भरे, कस्टमर का तो काम है वाहन खरीदना, जो डीलर है शोरूम का वो खुद एक ऑनलाइन डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म में जाएं, एप्लीकेशन भरे, 7 दिन के अंदर सब्सिडी आपके खाते में आ जाए। एंड दैट इज प्रिसाइसली व्हाट दिल्ली हैज अचीव्ड। इट इज़ वन ऑफ द मोस्ट स्मूथेस्ट सब्सिडी डिसबर्सल सिस्टम। इसके लिए जो भी कुछ हमें करना पड़ा था, कई सारी चीज़ें हुई, डीलर्स की ट्रेनिंग हुई, बैक एंड मैकेनिज्म वर्कआउट हुआ। दैट इज़ वन एग्जाम्पल। चार्जिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बात करें तो इसमें और कई सारे इनोवेशंस दिल्ली ने किए, अगेन इन कंप्लीट कोलैबोरेशन एंड कंसल्टेशन विद द इंडस्ट्री। आज दिल्ली ने पूरी दुनिया को एक सिंगल विंडो फैसिलिटी मॉडल दिया है। मेरे ख्याल से पूरी दुनिया में ऐसा मॉडल नहीं है जहां पे आप फ़ोन कॉल कीजिए अपने डिस्कॉम को, या उनकी वेबसाइट में जाइए, एक सिंपल एप्लीकेशन डालिए, और 7 to 10 डेज के अंदर आपके घर में एक सब्सिडाइज्ड EV चार्जर लग जाएगा। दिस वॉज द ड्रीम कि अगर आपको EV चार्जर, मैं भी एक्सपर्ट नहीं हूँ, अगर मुझे आप बोले कि EV चार्जर लगाना है तो कौन कंपनी में, किस कंपनी से क्या लेना है, ऑल ऑफ दैट सिस्टम वी हैव सिंप्लीफाइड। सिंगल विंडो फैसिलिटी, सरकार की सब्सिडी पे भी इसमें शामिल है, आपको अलग से कनेक्शन भी नहीं लेना होता है। ये सारी चीज़ें मिलकर आपको 7 दिन के अंदर आपके घर में EV चार्जर लग जाता है। 1500 EV चार्जर्स आज दिल्ली में सिंगल विंडो फैसिलिटी से लग चुके हैं, जो कुल मैंने 4300 का नंबर दिया था उसमें से। सेकेंड, हमने कहा कि नहीं, एक वी नीड अ पब्लिक नेटवर्क ऑफ EV चार्जिंग स्टेशंस ऑल्सो, और उसके लिए हम चाहते थे कि दिल्ली में EV चार्जिंग की जो रेट है, जिस यूनिट रेट के ऊपर आप चार्जिंग कर सकते हैं, वो कम से कम हो। नॉर्मली मार्केट में 10 से 15 रुपए पर यूनिट में आप EV चार्जिंग करते हैं। दिल्ली में हमने एक पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप मॉडल डाला, जिसमें हमने बिडिंग पैरामीटर रखा कि जो कम से कम चार्जिंग रेट चार्ज करेगा कस्टमर से, एवरेज सिटीजन से, और सरकार लैंड कंसेशनल रेट पे देती है, EV चार्जिंग का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बना के देती है। कई सारे एक पैकेज मॉडल था, और मुझे आज बताते हुए बड़ी खुशी हो रही है कि आज दिल्ली में, देश में ही नहीं दुनिया में, आप सबसे कम दर पे अगर EV अपनी व्हीकल चार्ज कर सकते हैं तो वो दिल्ली में है, ओनली एंड ओनली 3 रुपीज़ पर यूनिट। ये कहीं नहीं आपको, यू विल नॉट फाइंड इट एनीवेयर। फ्रॉम 10 रुपीज़ वी ब्रॉट द रेट टू 3 रुपीज़। एंड व्हाट दैट मीन्स, आप ये समझिए, 1 किलोमीटर अगर आपको 2 व्हीलर चलाना होता है पेट्रोल से, तो करीबन 2.5 या 3 रुपए का चार्ज आता है। दैट इज़ द कॉस्ट ऑफ फ्यूल। अगर आप दिल्ली सरकार के EV स्टेशन में अगर चार्जिंग कराएं तो दिस रिड्यूसेस टू 33 पैसा, 33 पैसा पर किलोमीटर। यू कैन थिंक अबाउट इकोनॉमी को इससे ज़्यादा बूस्ट और क्या मिल सकता है। सो मेनी ऑफ द डिलीवरी बिजनेस में जो हैं, देयर आर मेनी अदर काइंड्स ऑफ ऑक्यूपेशंस दैट विल बेनिफिट द मोमेंट ट्रांसपोर्ट बिकम्स कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव। एंड देयर आर मेनी अदर एग्जाम्पल्स। देयर इज़ अ वन दिल्ली ऐप। फिर किसी ने आके हमें सुझाव दिया कि साहब आपने इतने सारे EV चार्जर्स बना दिए, लेकिन हमें कैसे पता आपने कहाँ बनाए, हम कहाँ देख पाएँ इसे। तो मंत्री जी ने फिर टीम को बुलाया, वी हैड अ बिग मीटिंग, एंड फिर एक आइडिया है कि नहीं एक वन दिल्ली ऐप लाते हैं विच इज़ अ इंटीग्रेटेड कॉमन मोबिलिटी ऐप, और उसमें सारे दिल्ली के ईवी चार्जिंग स्टेशंस जो दिल्ली सरकार ने लगाए, लेकिन अगर किसी प्राइवेट प्लेयर ने भी लगाए हैं पब्लिक के लिए तो वो भी दिखने चाहिए. एंड आई एम ग्लैड टू से टुडे दिल्ली इज़ दी ओनली सिटी इन इंडिया वेर यू विल फाइंड, मतलब सारे ब्रांड्स के जितने भी पब्लिक चार्जिंग स्टेशन है यू विल फाइंड इट इन दिल्ली. तो ये कुछ उदाहरण रहे हैं, लेकिन इसके पीछे का जो मोटिवेशन था आई थिंक दैट इज़ मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट. इनोवेशंस ऐसे कहीं हम कर चुके हैं, कहीं और करते रहेंगे. इतना क्लियर है कि दिल्ली नहीं रुकेगी, दिल्ली आगे बढ़ती रहेगी. आखिर में मैं केवल एक और चीज़ कहना चाहूँगा. हमें बड़ा गर्व है, दिल्ली के सारे वासियों को बड़ा गर्व है कि आज दिल्ली के एजुकेशन मॉडल की चर्चा देश में ही नहीं विदेश में हो रही है, दुनिया में हो रही है. I think everybody may have heard and may have some of you may even have seen the schools of Delhi government कि कितना अच्छा काम हुआ है और इसकी काफ़ी चर्चा होती है. तो मुझे एक ये छोटा सा किस्सा प्रेजेंट हमारी जो एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर हैं आतिशी जी, उन्होंने बताया कि 3-4 महीने पहले वो स्वीडन गई थी, एक कॉन्फ्रेंस था, एजुकेशन की बात करने गई थी, एजुकेशन की बात हुई. तो फिर उस कॉन्फ्रेंस के एंड में ब्रेक हुआ, चाय कॉफ़ी का ब्रेक होता है जो, तो वहाँ पे बातचीत चल रही थी. कोई जर्मनी से, कोई बर्लिन से आके उनसे मिला और कहा आप दिल्ली सरकार में हैं? तो उन्होंने बोला यस मैं दिल्ली सरकार में हूँ. अच्छा, मैंने सुना आपने एजुकेशन के साथ साथ इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स में भी बहुत अच्छा काम किया, आपने क्या किया है ज़रा बताएंगे? तो दैट इज़ वॉट दिल्ली हैज़ मैनेज टू अचीव. आई थिंक मोर देन एनीथिंग टुडे द एंटायर वर्ल्ड इज़ टेकिंग नोटिस कि इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स की जब बात होती है, जैसे हेल्थ एंड एजुकेशन में दिल्ली हैज़ बिकम, आई थिंक इट इज़ अ मैटर ऑफ प्राइड फॉर एवरी इंडियन कि दुनिया में चर्चा हो रही है कि नहीं दिल्ली सरकार के अंदर सरकारी स्कूल और हेल्थ का भी कुछ अच्छा काम हो रहा है. उसी तर्ज पे आई वुड से टुडे इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स एंड ऑल द एफर्ट्स अगेंस्ट पोल्यूशन आर ऑल्सो अ मैटर ऑफ कॉन्वर्सेशन ग्लोबली. एंड आई ऑब्वियसली वुड थैंक कैलाश गहलोत जी, उनकी टीम, उनके लीडरशिप के अंदर ये 1 महीने का नहीं, 1 साल का नहीं, कई सालों का जो काम है उसका आज नतीजा हमने देखा है. एंड दिस इज़ जस्ट द बिगिनिंग. आई मस्ट अश्योर यू दिल्ली हैज़ रीच्ड अराउंड 13% ऑफ शेयर. हमारा टारगेट है मिनिमम 25% को ले जाना अगले 2 सालों में, एंड वी आर कमिटेड टू दैट. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you so much, sir. Can I request you to please stay back on stage? And I would request Mr. Bharat Gupta, along with Mr. Kamlesh Raghuvanshi, along with Mr. Rajesh Upadhyay to please join us on stage, as we would like to felicitate sir and thank him for being a part of this evening. Once again, thank you to Shri Jasmine Shah, Vice Chairperson, Dialogue and Development Commission of Delhi. Yes, thank you so much, sir, for joining us on stage. However, can I request for the next segment, Mr. Bharat Gupta, along with Mr. Kamlesh Raghuvanshi, to please be on stage for the next segment. And with this, एक बार दोबारा से मैं जोरदार तालियों के साथ शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगी. Honorable guest of honor, श्री कैलाश गहलोत जी का, कि वो हमारे बीच यहाँ आए इस कॉन्क्लेव और इस अवार्ड्स को अटेंड करने के लिए, और इसी के साथ साथ श्री जैस्मिन शाह जी का. Moving on, we're all set for the next segment. Once again, I would request all of you to please be with us. Please put your hands together as I call our winners up here on stage. Request the team to please join us on stage. The best renewable energy integration and management. Come on, please put your hands together for our winners. Moving on, we have the best materials and components supply chain, OEMs, and the winner is... Can I request Tata Motors to please join us on stage? We would like to congratulate Tata Motors for winning the category of Best Materials and Components Supply Chain OEM. As the evening seems very exciting, we're also excited to announce our next winner for tonight, the Best Materials and Components Supply Chain Suppliers. And the winner is Uno Minda Limited. Can I request the team to please join us on stage? Here with us. I think we can move on. The best charging infrastructure, and the winner is Ministry of Transport, Government of NCT Delhi. Can I request the team to please join us on stage? I once again would like to declare the winner of the best charging infrastructure, the Ministry of Transport, Government of NCT Delhi. Congratulations to the winners so far. Moving on, we have the Special Editor's Choice Best Charging Infrastructure, and the winner is... Can I request Tello to please join us on stage for the Editor's Choice Best Charging Infrastructure. Please put your hands together. The Special Editor's Choice Award. Congratulations. Last but not the least, in the second set, we have the best vehicle manufacturing. And the winners is... And the winners are... And the winner is... Any guesses? I think this is like very, very obvious. And without further ado, the best electric vehicle manufacturing goes to Tata Motors. Congratulations. With this, let's put our hands together for our presenters, for our awardees. Come on, everyone, let's put our hands together. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Kamlesh Raghuvanshi for joining us on stage. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on stage and recognizing our awardees. Moving on, sir, can I request you to be on stage for some more time? Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to introduce our experts in front of each one of you who have played a very important and vital role in determining and acknowledging the most deserving nominations for their outstanding contributions in the EV ecosystem. I would like to invite the experts on stage. Please put your hands together for co-founder Experial, Mr. Avik Chattopadhyay. I know the evenings is moving ahead. And now that we took some little time, can I request the our hostess to please join us on stage? Congratulations once again to all the awardees and thanking the experts. I'm sure with so many nominations, this task would have definitely been very tough. Thank you so much, sir. Moving on, can I request all of you to please put your hands together for our next expert on board, founder, cartist, Mr. Himanchu Jangid. Can I request you to please be on stage? It's the last segment of this evening. Can I request all of us to be together in this? Can I also request CEO WF, Mr. Anuj Guglani, to please join us on stage? For being one of our handpicked experts this evening. Thank you so much, sir. And since all of us we're joining hands for a cleaner, for a greener environment, let's also join our hands for these experts. Last but not the least, Senior Editor Auto Jagran New Media, Mr. Nand Kumar Nair, to please join us on stage. Thank you so much, sir. So there's one awardee that was not here with us when I announced for their name, the Best EV Fleet Management and Logistics. Can I request Blue Smart to please join us on stage? Come on, everyone, let's put our hands together as we congratulate them for winning the category of the Best EV Fleet Management and Logistics. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on stage. Please sit back, enjoy, and relax. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the Hitech EV Conclave and Awards 2023. We were so honored to have all of you on board with us. Looking forward to see you all very soon. Once again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, MG Comet EV, the no-nonsense car, for making this occasion special and memorable. Well, with this, I hope to meet you all next year and celebrate excellence in the EV sector. Once again, my name is Manvi Khilani, and I was your host for this wonderful afternoon and evening as we shall begin now. Please enjoy the evening, and once again, a big, big, big thank you to everybody who was kind enough to be a part of this evening. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.